Dragon Age Inquisition PS5. I'm making progress. Finally making some progress. I got Iron Bull, who's really pretty weak until I get him better gear. Cool character. I got Vivian. I already got Sarah. So I just gotta get Dorian, and I don't know if there are any other companions. But I'm making progress. I was in the Stormlands. I was in the Mire. And I'm just trying to do the actual like mage fucking quest here. I got some decent little gear. I got a Darkspawn Alpha Shield. I changed my character into a redhead. Went to the Black Emporium. I'm actually really enjoying the game. It's actually a really good fucking game. For a decade old fucking cross-gen PS3 game, it's pretty fucking good, man. The game's actually really good. I'm actually really enjoying it a lot. I wish you could see the stats for this shit. I wish they showed the actual stats. They don't show the fucking stats. Okay. They show the stats for this. It's way better. It's expensive though. I like having a rogue in my party, and I like Sarah, so I keep her. Eventually, it'll probably be better to run Iron Bull and 2 mages, but we'll see. Pretty decent. Nothing else. So much depth to this fucking game. A lot of depth. Whole lot of depth. Alright. See if we can sell anything. Shit, I gotta get rid of the grip. If you sell it, I don't want to sell it with the fucking grip on it. Shit sucks. See, I don't want to sell it if it's got the grip on. I want to take the grip off of it. I don't want to sell it with the fucking grip. This shield sucks. I might keep this in case we need a fire. any of the slots. It's terrible. Terrible. I guess the valuables, you just sell them all. Spider, Eco, or we... Don't we fucking need that for something, though? I thought we needed that for something. I could have sworn we needed that. Like, this stuff does not have any use, right? Please tell me it doesn't. I'm not just wasting it.
The rebels. We're normal folk. We keep our heads down and let the mages and the Templars kill each other.
Is there something you need?
Rabbit does not flee its burrow when it hears the wolf prowling about.
For the first time in
Now
all
is the
these
time
years,
to stay
I fear
close
I
to
will
home.
not be visiting your ashes. What world is this? That demons and brigands stop a man from taking flowers to his wife's shrine.
What if I took flowers to your wife's shrine for you?
I do not know what to say, except thank you. I never expected anyone not of the blood to care. My Senna would be grateful. Her shrine lies on a hill to the west, near the tablstones. Thank you.
Stay safe.
Walk in peace.
Want help with that?
So each ocularum is made from the skull of a tranquil.
Every skull was... No, done thinking about it. Done.
I had hoped they were safe with the rebel mages. I see that I was mistaken.
I had wondered what had become of them. Mages rebelled. What a tragic waste.
a demon took the mind of our young Lord Connor. It cost the boy his life. Cursed be the blood mage who led the lad down such a path.
Tell me about your people.
They say a spirit dwells in a small lake south of the highway. The girls of the village bring it daisies and ask for love, but rarely does it listen. For 'tis a spirit of valor, not love, and it favors blood lotus flowers. No man needs statues so great as those whose remnants lie toppled in these hills. These statues come from ancient dreams of blood and bone, lost to the memory of man. Be wary of them. No man needs statues so great as those whose remnants lie toppled in these hills. These statues come from ancient dreams of blood and bone, lost to the memory of man. Be wary of them.
Heard. The Inquisition dealt with the rebel Templars. They've been driven away or killed.
Good day. Good day.
This game's pretty fucking awesome. I really was unsure about it the first few hours.
I am impressed.
I got the game almost 10 years ago. I had to restart it because I originally started it on Nightmare, which was too hard, so I'm playing on a hard now. I finally decided to give it a run, a true run, now that Dragon Age 4 is going to come out at some point. And even starting it up again, I wanted to like it more than I actually did like it. First few hours it was slow, but now I think it's excellent. I think it's a fantastic, classic Western RPG. It's a deep, meaningful, carefully crafted, well-made, huge Western RPG with great lore, awesome setting. How do you get up there? Not all the characters are great, but some of them are pretty cool. Like Sarah is awesome. Not really a whole lot of other good characters, but the world's cool, the lore's cool. The combat, while the real-time aspect of it is kind of shitty, the fact that it's got the Dragon Age Origins kind of turn-based aspect makes it more strategic and actually makes the combat kind of fun. The depth in the skill trees, the the variety in your build variety and combat variety, the weapons, the gear, the loot, very deep. The crafting is very deep. It's big. There's a lot of different biomes. It's really good, man. It's really good. It really scratches that fantasy RPG itch. I'm glad I came back to it. I'm really glad I did. It's actually a really good game. It's everything it was said to be 9 years ago, when I think it got, what, 87 Metacritic? 86, 87 Metacritic, something like that. And it won a bunch of Game of the Year awards. Yeah, it's everything it was said to be. It's really, really solid. And this is even 10 fucking years later. Almost 10 years later. Fucking cross-gen PS3 game. So yeah, at times it doesn't look good. At times it looks beautiful, but at times you can tell it was made for PS3. Yeah, PS3. That sounds strange to even say. But, you know, it's still playable even if it doesn't look great at times. And, it's really good. It's a really good fucking game. I was playing it. I wanted to like it. Didn't really like it. Now, I legit like it. Like, I'm really enjoying upgrading my characters, getting different combat abilities, trying different builds, getting different gear, crafting different gear. Get excited when you get a good schematic. Like that Darkspawn shield, I love that she has. I screwed up royally starting the game. I picked a female human warrior character, which was just such a big mistake. Because that's basically what Cassandra is. I should have picked a mage or a Canary. And if I picked a female, I should have picked an elf. But, you know, what can you do? I can't go back, so. I wanted like a badass female warrior, and I wanted a shield character, but I didn't realize that wouldn't be the best option. But, you know, this is my build, this is my story, this is my character, and I'm gonna roll with it, so it is what it is. The game's really fucking good, though. This is a really good, deep Western RPG.
Welcome, agents of the Inquisition.
It's a very highbrow game. Highbrow, high fantasy.
My dear Fiona.
Very classy.
It's so long since we last spoke.
Well made.
You look dreadful. Are you sleeping well? What has brought you to Redcliffe?
We're here because of your invitation back in Val Royeaux.
You must be mistaken. I haven't been to Val Royeaux since before the Conclave.
If it wasn't you who invited me here, who was it?
I don't know. Now that you say it, I feel strange. Whoever or whatever brought you here, the situation has changed. The Free Mages have already pledged themselves to the service of the Tevinter Imperium.
Fiona, dear, your dementia is showing.
I understand that you are afraid, but you deserve better than slavery to Tevinter.
As one indentured to a Magister, I no longer have the authority to negotiate with you.
What about the giant hole in the veil that's spewing demons everywhere? You're just going to pretend it isn't there?
I am not forgetting the breach, but we can only fight one war at a time. The Templar threat was immediate. If we live, we can worry about the torn veil.
Welcome, my friends. I apologize for not greeting you earlier.
Agents of the Inquisition, allow me to introduce Magister Girion Alexius.
The Southern Mages are under my command. And you are the survivor, yes? The one from the Fade? Interesting.
I haven't seen any sign of Redcliffe's Arl or his men.
The Arl of Redcliffe left the village. There were tensions growing. I did not want an incident.
I'd like to know more about this alliance between the rebel mages and the Imperium.
Certainly. What specifically do you wish to know?
The Grand Enchanter told me she was indentured to a Magister.
Our southern brethren have no legal status in the Imperium. As they were not born citizens of Tevinter, they must work for a period of 10 years before gaining full rights. As their protector, I shall oversee their work for the Imperium.
I'm not clear on when exactly you negotiated this arrangement with Fiona.
When the Conclave was destroyed, these poor souls faced the brutality of the Templars, who rushed to attack them. It could only be through divine providence that I arrived when I did.
It was certainly very timely.
What does the Imperium gain from taking rebel mages under its wing?
For the moment, the southern mages are a considerable expense. After they are properly trained, they will join our legion.
You said not all my people would be military. There are children, those not suited.
And one day I'm sure they will all be productive citizens of the Imperium when their debts are paid.
If you're leading the mages now, then let's talk. I'm sure we can come to an arrangement.
It is always a pleasure to meet a reasonable woman. Felix, would you send for a scribe, please? Pardon my manners. My son Felix, friends. I am not surprised you're here. Containing the breach is not a feat that many could even attempt. There is no telling how many mages would be needed for such an endeavor. Ambitious, indeed.
Does that mean you'll lend your mages to our cause?
There will have to be. Felix?
I'm so sorry. Please forgive my clumsiness, my lady.
Are you all right?
I'm fine, Father.
Come, I'll get your powders. Please excuse me, friends. We will have to continue this another time. Fiona, I require your assistance back at the castle.
I don't mean to trouble everyone.
I shall send word to the Inquisition. We will conclude this business at a later date.
Come to the Chantry. You are in danger.
Wow, aren't we secretive?
There's no telling who or what will be waiting for us in that Chantry.
Come on, let's do something.
We don't need your kind here. Your Inquisition's just Templars by another name.
Who are you?
Linnea. Just Linnea. Don't ask what Circle Tower I'm from, because we're done with that. We're all free mages now.
You'd rather bow to Tevinter than join the Inquisition?
All you Chantry types think the same way. The Imperium isn't... It's just because they're... No one wants us to look at them and say their mages are free and the world hasn't ended.
But don't Magisters summon demons and...
The Chantry says whatever they think will scare us. What's wrong? People don't like the idea of us controlling their thoughts, but they have no problem with us throwing fireballs. In Tevinter, the mages police themselves. It works.
I'm here because I believe...
Right. And I'm the Empress of Orlais.
Magister Alexius does not approve of those without magic like you and me. You may not wish to stay long. Many villagers have already left to escape his ire.
What does the Magister...
He does not like to be reminded of what made... He says all Tranquil must leave Redcliffe, but who would take us in?
What are Tranquil?
Those like me without the strength of will necessary to protect... Rather than risk me becoming possessed, the Circle removed my connection. My magic is gone, along with my dream. Those now in Redcliffe prefer not to see us.
How long have the Tevinters been?
Magister Alexius arrived at nightfall, 2 days after we retreat. He forced anyone without magic out of the castle. Even the Arl was sent away.
Farewell, then.
One moment. You are a member of the Inquisition, are you not? I am an alchemist. You must require potions. If the Magister will not have me here, perhaps I can offer my services.
We would be delighted to have you working for the Inquisition.
Thank you. While one lives, it is good to believe there is still a use for... The Inquisition, back again. Perhaps I can be of use.
What does the Magister have against you?
He says all Tranquil must leave.
Farewell, then.
Farewell.
Inquisition, huh? I wish to Holy Andraste you'd gotten here sooner. These Tevinters make my shoulder blades itch.
Who are you?
Name's Tolwyn. Formerly of the Circle. Lived my whole life there. Since I was 10 years old and came into my magic. 3 meals a day. If you're not summoning demons, a mage tower's a fine place to be.
If you were happy in the Circle...
We're all rebels now. The majority wanted to dissolve the circles. The rest of us went with them.
There are still some of us who are loyal in the Empress's court.
I figured I'm better off with my fellow mages than on my own.
You're not happy?
Something's not right about that. Magic or no, I'd rather count myself among decent folk than stand with magisters.
How did the Grand Enchanter end up working with Tevinter?
1 minute, we were bracing for the Templars to attack. The next, we had It was a stroke of luck that's given us an edge. In a way. Out of the frying pan.
Goodbye.
Be careful. The Tevinters likely...
Man, this PS3 era fucking load times. Jesus.
They say Andraste sent you to save the world. If it'll help save lives and bring peace, I'll be the first to believe.
I don't have to worry about you falling at my feet in worship, then. That has been tiresome.
I believe we must each attend to our own lives to find salvation.
Are you working for the Mage Rebellion?
Mages are children of the Maker. No
I gotta talk to everyone so I can get as many agents as possible. This game's so fucking good.
Does that mean you support their freedom?
But the pendulum swings, and now it's. I think they should have a chance to prove they deserve freedom. The Magister had the. Until then, I tend to my flock.
What are your feelings?
The Imperium burned on Draste. Since then, we have led 4 exalted marches against them. Yet in all those marches, they still acknowledged the Maker. Now I speak of him and the Magisters laugh. Something has happened, and I dread to learn what.
I will leave you.
Make us speed you, my child.
I am Hannah, may I help you?
Are you a Chantry sister?
A lay sister only. I work here to help the poor and extend the Maker's kindness to those who need it. It is very busy work, especially in these times, but let me know if I can ever help you.
I found the letter you sent a Templar named Corin.
What? Shit. You can't prove anything. A letter from a rogue Templar. Nobody is going to care. So, what do you intend to do?
For now, nothing.
Fine. Go. What do you want?
For now, nothing.
Fine. Go.
Man, the time is way off. I've probably spent like 40 hours, maybe 50 hours playing. I don't know why it says 190. It's crazy.
Good. You're finally here. Now help me close this, would you?
Ooh, Dorian. Is this gonna be my last? Is this gonna be my last companion, Dorian? And also, why do I have so many mages, bro? There's 2 rogues, 2 warriors, 3 fucking mages? This doesn't make any sense. Why are there 3 fucking mages? I don't quite get that. Also, it's like, I don't know who to get rid of. And it's like, they're all the same, basically. Like Solus, Vivian, and Dorian, they're all the same, basically. Dorian's a gay. They're all the same, depending on what you upgrade on them. They all have to have healing, in my opinion. Otherwise, like, what's the point? Not healing, the protection spell. That's by far the best. What I should have did was I should have made 1 specialized in fire, 1 specialized in electricity, 1 specialized in frost. Now, they're all going to specialize in the barrier protection spell, but maybe a bowl of cereal. But I wonder if I should have different elements. I sort of did that. I did for Solus. I gave him that good frost spell where he could freeze people. He also has that good fire barrier spell. With Vivian, I gave her 2 electricity spells. I don't know what to do with Dorian. I still don't understand why there's 3 mages. I don't know what to do with that. I also don't know what to do with my party. This really is the type of game where you gotta play it like multiple times to really understand it well. To understand the best strategies, the best builds. That's why when I tried to play on Nightmare originally, that's why it was so hard. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. Even playing on hard right now, there's some hard difficulty spikes. I'm fighting the FR leader. I had to quit that and come back because I still got to go back to that. I just was not powerful enough. Like, it's generally pretty easy, but once in a while there's a rift or an enemy that's really hard. So on normal, I fear that the game would be a little bit too easy. You wouldn't have to really try and strategize. Plus, this is one of the few games that has difficulty trophies, probably because it's an old game. Nowadays, games don't generally have those. Which I like when games have difficulty trophies. It's like a badge of honor showing you beat a game on hard or whatever. So when I beat this on hard, it's kind of like, you know, it's going to feel good knowing I beat it on hard and I have a trophy to show for it. That's kind of what the original purpose of trophies was like a reward, a badge of honor showing that you completed something. That's why almost all games used to have difficulty trophies or achievements. That was like the purpose. Now they're mostly doing away with difficulty trophies because they don't want people to feel bad. Or they don't want trophies to be too hard. Now, that's the whole fucking point. And if there's no risk or reward of playing a game on a higher difficulty, people are generally just gonna play it on easy. I love when they have difficulty trophies, and I would have played this on Nightmare again, but it was just unfun. It was so hard, it was unfun. And I'm sure once you understand the most efficient and highest quality builds, the best party combination, the best skill combination, the best gear and builds, I'm sure you can succeed on Nightmare. Especially if there's a new game plus. But first time playing through Nightmare, it wasn't just unfun, it was undoable. I couldn't do it. I couldn't get past the first fucking area. I couldn't get past the prologue on Nightmare. So I figured I'll do it on hard. It should still provide a challenge without being completely overbearing. And that's exactly what it is. It's exactly what it's been. Providing a solid, adequate challenge without being unplayable. Without being completely unreasonable. Like, it's a good, solid difficulty, but it's not like unfun. It's not so fucking hard that it's just not fun. I almost think hard should be the default on this. I almost think hard should be the default on a lot of games. I feel like normal would be too easy on this. And then easy, I don't even know why people will play games on easy. Especially a combat heavy game. If it just makes the combat trivial. Like, what's the fucking point? That's what I don't like. When the combat is just trivial, it kills the game. Because there's no fucking point in it. You're just spamming and button mashing. And it's not entertaining. It's easier, but it's not entertaining. When the combat is difficult, you gotta strategize and it makes the encounters fun. I think hard is the right difficulty on this. I think on a new game plus, if they have it, or a second playthrough when you master the game, Nightmare will probably be doable. Especially if you start out with a mage. Or maybe a Canary two-handed. Like, I like Iron Bull. I made him two-handed, but he's just so physically weak now. His constitution and his armor, he dies too quick. Once I get him geared up, I'll use him more. I screwed up. I made Cassandra a shield character. And I made my character a shielded character. I think Cassandra's lame as fuck, though. I think she's a boring ass character. Cassandra's got a bad personality. Boring. Weak. To me, Cassandra's the most boring character in the game. I think Cassandra is probably the worst character in the game, personality-wise, as far as the companions. She's boring. She's a bitch. She's not attractive. She's not interesting. She sucks. What is she, like a Templar? I think she's terrible. Absolutely terrible. She sucks. She's the most uninteresting of all the characters. Sandra is so beat. And I'll be quite honest, the characters are not very interesting in this game. They're really not. The story is highbrow and well written and classy, but most of the characters are very boring. Sarah is really cute, great personality. Solus is alright, he's just kind of dry. Iron Bull is alright, he's kind of a little bit lame. Vivian's a good character. We'll see how Dorian is. Gay Dorian. Game is very good, though.
Fascinating. How does that work exactly? You don't even know, do you? You just wiggle your fingers and boom. Rift closes.
Who are you?
Ah, getting ahead of myself again, I see. Dorian of House Parvus, most recently of Minrathous. How do you do?
Yeah, Dorian's got good personality.
Suddenly they're scurrying out of all the walls like roaches.
Now, I'm ever so much more handsome than a cockroach. Magister Alexius was once my mentor, so my assistance should be valuable, as I'm sure you can imagine.
I was expecting Felix to be here.
I'm sure he's on his way. He was to give you the note, then meet us here after ditching his father.
Alexius couldn't jump to Felix's side fast enough when he pretended to be faint. Is something wrong with him?
He's had some lingering illness for months. Felix is an only child, and Alexius is being a mother hen, most likely.
Are you a Magister?
All right, let's say this once. I'm a mage from Tevinter, but not a member of the Magisterium. I know Southerners use the terms interchangeably, but that only makes you sound like barbarians.
Are you the one who sent that note, then?
I am. Someone had to warn you after all. Look, you must know there's danger. That should be obvious even without the note. Let's start with Alexius claiming the allegiance of the mage rebels out from under you. As if by magic, yes? Which is exactly right. To reach Redcliffe, before the Inquisition, Alexius distorted time itself.
I hope that's less dangerous than it sounds.
More?
That is fascinating if true, and almost certainly dangerous.
The rift you closed here. You saw how it twisted time around itself, sped some things up and slowed others down. Soon, there will be more like it.
and they'll appear further and further away from Redcliffe. The magic Alexius is using is wildly unstable, and it's unraveling the world.
You're asking me to take a lot on faith.
I know what I'm talking about. I helped develop this magic. When I was still his apprentice, it was pure theory. Alexius could never get it to work. What I don't understand is why he's doing it, ripping time to shreds just to gain a few hundred lackeys.
He didn't do it for them.
Took you long enough. Is he getting suspicious?
No, but I shouldn't have played the illness card. I thought he'd be fussing over me all day. My father's joined a cult, Tevinter Supremacists. They call themselves Venatori. And I can tell you one thing. Whatever he's done for them, he's done it to get to you.
Alexius is your father. Why are you working against him?
For the same reason Dorian works against him. I love my father, and I love my country. But this? Cults? Time magic? What he's doing now is madness. For his own sake, you have to stop him.
It would also be nice if he didn't rip a hole in time. There's already a hole in the sky.
Why would he rearrange time and indenture the Mage Rebellion just to get to me?
They're obsessed with you, but I don't know why. Perhaps because you survived the Temple of Sacred Ashes.
You can close the rifts. Maybe there's a connection. Or they see you as a threat.
If the Venatori are behind those rifts or the breach in the sky, they're even worse than I thought.
Do you have any suggestions?
You know you're his target. Expecting the trap is the first step in turning it to your advantage. I can't stay in Redcliffe. Alexius doesn't know I'm here, and I want to keep it that way for now. But whenever you're ready to deal with him, I want to be there. I'll be in touch. Oh, and Felix, try not to get yourself killed.
There are worse things than dying, Dorian.
Wait, is he part of my party now? I'm looking at the god rays, trying to screenshot them. Anything the game does well visually, I take notice of because this is a 2014 PS3 cross-gen game. So anything it does well visually, I try to really point out because it's so old. It's almost 10 years old, this game. At times it does look... At times it looks like a 10-year-old game, but at times it looks better. You can see how it could have been a PS3 game, but at times it also looks really good. At times the lighting is good. It must not have HDR either. Because games didn't have HDR back then. Typically. I'm a weirdo with studying visuals, technical stuff. I went to work for Namagotchi Systems back in 2003. We were working on pre-PS3 fabricated system God, I can't think of the word. System identifying tech. So I'm very fascinated in specs and tech. And even if it's old, what they were able to do with the tech that they had, how they're able to utilize certain things, how they're able to utilize the lack of RAM, the lack of GPU, things like that. The CPU is more obvious, how that limited these games. But with the lack of GPU and just raw horsepower, and the lack of fucking RAM, it's amazing that some of the textures are as good as they are at times in a game of this magnitude. But at times it does look straight up PS3. But at times it doesn't. That was the greatest difference going from PS3 to PS4. That was the most noticeable and largest difference for me. Other than the fact that probably 3 times as many games were 60 FPS. Or at least twice as many games were, but other than that, not even other than that, the largest difference, in my opinion, going from PS3 to PS4, especially day one, seeing PS4 day one, was the textures. It was the texture quality. The texture resolution, the texture quality, just the asset quality. Just seeing the texture quality on PS4. I think that was the biggest difference. The textures were so much better. And that is largely attributed to the RAM, the increased RAM. The lack of RAM that the PS3 had was astounding. When you look at the difference in RAM from PS3 to PS5, it's staggering. It's amazing the PS3 was able to run fucking anything. It's amazing the PS3 was able to run The Last of Us. And that The Last of Us looked as decent as it did. To me, that's one of the most underrated aspects of of games in general, is the texture quality. The texture quality, the texture resolution, the textures, man. That's been one of the biggest differences over the years, generation to generation. And now, it's one of the most overlooked fucking things, is the texture quality, and that's one of the most overlooked technical specs, is RAM. And one of the most underutilized by developers. Fucking texture quality, man. It makes such a big difference. That was the biggest difference from PS3 to PS4. Is I couldn't believe it. You know, the textures were so much better, so much higher resolution, and just cleaner. And the assets looked better. The polygon counts looked higher. To me, that was a much bigger difference. The texture quality, the assets, the asset quality, the polygon counts. That, to me, that was a much bigger difference than the resolution, or the resolution and even the frame rate. The improved resolution and frame rate paled in comparison to just the better graphics, which is what better texture quality, better assets, better polygon count will give you. You can have a 4K running at 4K 60 frames per second. I was gonna say 120, but I don't think the PS5 can do 4K at 120. You could have a game running at native 4K, 2160p, at a locked 60 frames per second, and it can look like absolute shit if it has poor polygon counts, poor texture quality, poor assets. People get so caught up in specs and they forget the important thing is what the actual fucking game looks like. The specs are just parameters. They're just what outputs to your TV. That's all it is. It's what it outputs to your TV. It has nothing to do with what the actual game looks like natively. Like what the fucking game looks like that the developers made. You can have a horrible looking game that'll output at native 4K. They fucking did that with Crackdown 3. They touted native 4K on Xbox One X. Scorpio, whatever. They touted it was a 4K, native 4K game, and I'm not sure if it ran at 60 or not, but native 4K. That was a big deal. Native 4K, Crackdown 3. And the game looked like dog shit because it was an ugly fucking game. And that's part of the reason why it was able to run at native 4K, because it wasn't technically demanding. It was ugly. It probably didn't have super high polygon counts. It didn't have a lot going on. The animations weren't very complex. The animation blending wasn't there at all. The lighting engine didn't seem great. The polygon counts didn't seem great. The asset quality wasn't great. Maybe the texture quality was good. I don't remember, but maybe the texture resolution was good, but the actual texture quality wasn't. It looks like Jessica Biel. That was one of the greatest examples of last generation, was comparing a game that was touted for the Scorpio as native 4K, basically a first-party Xbox game. You might dispute if it was first-party or not, but I mean, basically, a Microsoft-published, Microsoft-owned IP, AAA, Project Scorpio headliner, native 4K headliner, Crackdown 3. And then you have a game that a third party AAA made for the base PS4, never even got a PS4 Pro version. came out years earlier, called The Order 1886. This is a game that was not even 1080p. This was a game that was 900p. I believe it was 900p. I think it was 900p, The Order 1886, so it was below 1080p. It was running on the base PS4, had no PS4 Pro or PS5 version. It was technically a third-party game. It ran at 30 frames per second. And this game, The Order 1886, blew the Project Scorpio first-party native 4K headliner from Microsoft. It blew it away visually. That's one of the best examples of why specs and resolution are overblown and they don't make a beautiful game. Why people focus way too hard on resolution and specs. Just look at the base PS4 version of the Order 1886 versus the Project Scorpio native 4K version of Crackdown 3. You're talking about one system that is 1.82 teraflops versus a system that is 6 teraflops. So more than 3 times as many, about 3.5 times the teraflops. You're talking about a game that runs at below 1080p versus a game that's running at 2160 native 4K. Multiple times the resolution. Talking about a game that was a basically first party headliner versus a third party game. And the game that had all the disadvantages was by far the better looking. Yes, there are different styles of games, so that does play into it. The Order had a closer camera, was more of a cinematic style game, but they were both technically third-person shooters. Technically both third-person shooters. Yes, one was open world, the other was linear. But still, it's just funny to me that a game that took so many years in development, had numerous developers working on it, touted by Microsoft, fucking pushing their monster Scorpio hardware, pushing their native 4K agenda. And then you got the Order 1886 fucking running a base PS4 version, 900p, 30 frames per second, third party developer. And the shit comes out and is literally benchmark visually. The Order 1886 was a benchmark game for visuals. Yeah, it was a flawed game. I still think it was an 8 out of 10 quality. At least a 7.5. I think it was a good, solid game that was way too short, didn't have enough replayability, and perhaps did not have enough gameplay variety. Hence why it would maybe be a 7.5 or an 8, and not an 8.5. Not a solid 8 or an 8.5. You got 64 Metacritic. To me, that was an absolute joke. The Order 1886 is a flawed game with a lot of strengths. Had a lot of flaws, but a lot of strengths. There's no way in hell that game deserves to be a 64 Metacritic. There's no way in hell that game deserved to be considered a piece of shit. There's no way in hell that game deserved to sit with the likes of Crackdown and fucking Redfall and other shit like that having a in the same ballpark type of review score. Low 60s review score, Metacritic score. There's no way, or no, it's a 63 Metacritic. There's no way it deserved to be low 60s sitting with the likes of trash, pure trash. games that have no redeeming qualities. Virtually none. A game like Crackdown 3 has almost no redeeming qualities. And that game is pure junk food. Crackdown 3 is pure junk food. It is antiquated visually. The animations are archaic. Has virtually no story. Pathetic, sorry excuse for a story. People criticize the story in The Order 1886. It fucking has a story. It has a real story. It's a decent story. It has decent characters. It has a decent story. It's not a Last of Us quality story, but it's not terrible. Like, it's funny. People take these fucking games like Detroit Become Human, The Order 1886, The Last of Us 2, these Sony-centric games, and they trash the stories in these games. Like the stories are non-existent or they're terrible. When they have at least average, decent, or passable stories, these games. And then you have games like Redfall, Crackdown 3, which have almost no story. And the little bit of story they have is dreadful. Like, absolutely dreadful. Garbage. Just trash. Anybody who's played through Crackdown 3, I'd love for you to tell me what the story is in that game. I'd be interested to see if someone who's actually beaten Crackdown 3, if they can remember what the story is in that game, and if they could recite it. Because it's a nothing burger. It's just an excuse for gameplay. It's another, they're attacking, an organization is attacking the city, and we gotta stop it. Like, something like that. I don't even know. It's the type of thing that makes Saints Row look like it has a good story. Like, it's just a dreadful, archaic excuse for a story. Same thing with Redfall. Like, anyone who's played through Redfall, tell me what the story is in that. I played a good 8 hours, 8, 9 hours, 7, 8, 9 hours, something like that, of the game. Got like 20% achievements. Can't really tell you what the story is. The story is vampires are attacking the town of Redfall, and you gotta stop them. And there's some maybe scientists or cultists or some kind of bad people around the city. There's cultists and there's vampires and stuff is happening. That's what I gathered from the story. It was a story that's so bad, and production that's so bad. The story did not even have animated cutscenes. They were just pictures. They were like poster board pictures. It was like what they did in Infamous 1. But Infamous 1 did it really well. And Infamous 1 was set up almost like a comic book. It was like a really bad version of what they did in Infamous 1. And even with the game Knack, first Knack, that game gets absolutely trashed, and that game is flawed. For sure. That game is not even a 7 out of 10, probably a 6.5 out of 10. Though it got like a 53 or 54 on Metacritic. That's too low. But people trash Knack. Absolutely trash it. It's rated about the same score as Redfall, which to me is ridiculous. But it's like Knack, for better or worse, it actually has a story with animated cutscenes. Like Knack, the first Knack game is very flawed. It's not a good game. I honestly wouldn't say it's a bad game. It's a mediocre, antiquated, too old school game with not enough variety. It was a mediocre game. It was about a 6.5, 7 out of 10 at best. It probably deserves about a 65 to 68 Metacritic. maybe a 70 Metacritic. That's pushing it, but at worst, mid-60s Metacritic. There's no way that game deserves a 53. Knack, and I'll get to the second game, but the second Knack, that game deserved an 80 Metacritic. That was a legit good game. Knack 2 was actually a legitimately good game. No fluff, no bullshit. That game was good. That game had good visuals, good combat variety, good animation, good systems, good co-op. That game was solid. Good powers. Passable story. That game was fucking solid. But, so it was like, Knack 2, I think it was like a 72, 73 Metacritic, and I think it went down to like a 69 or 68. I think it's currently at like a 68 Metacritic. That is an absolute joke. The fact that Knack 2 is not even a 70 Metacritic. And I'm sure it's because the first Knack got trashed so hard, there was a stigma. There was a stigma when the second game released. That's why the second game sold so much worse than the first game. Because the first Knack was considered such a disappointment. It actually sold decently. But it's reviewed so poorly, and the first Knack became a joke. So the franchise had just negative connotations around it. After that point, it had completely negative connotations. It had a bad reputation. So anything they put out in the Knack franchise after the first game was going to get absolutely annihilated. Was going to get unfairly criticized. And that's what happened with Knack 2. That's what fucking happened. Knack 2 suffered from the stigma of the first game. And that's the problem as well. I think it was like actually at one point in time like a 76. I think it was like a 76 Metacritic very early on at one point in time. And then the review score kept going down. And I believe it's actually in the 60s now. I'm pretty sure it went down to like a 68 or something. Last I saw. But it was like at a 76, I think, at one point, and then down to like a 73, and then 71. But that's about what it should have been. It should have been about a 76. Should have been like from a 75 to an 81. 75 to 80. Man, Knack 2 is solid, especially if you play it on PS5 now. I finished that game on PS5. So I was able to play at 4K 60. I don't think it was native 4K, but I was able to play it at dynamic 4K, I believe at 60 frames per second. And my goodness, Knack 2 on PS5 looks absolutely gorgeous. The texture quality is great, the assets are good, the polygon counts seem decent, the lighting is good, the animations are actually solid. Knack 2 actually looks really good. On PS5, it looks very good. Playing at 60 frames, dynamic 4K. It actually looks very good on PS5. The combat variety, which is one of the biggest flaws in the first game. The first game, if you played the first game on hard, which I did, it was enjoyable. The combat was actually enjoyable because it was a good challenge but not overwhelming. But the problem with the first Knack is that the combat variety was missing. There just was not enough combat variety in the first Knack. It was repetitive. You only had a handful of abilities, and they were well done, and with the sunstones you would get, they were well done, and it had the whole, you increased your power the more hits that you got in without getting hit, and you would get like a, you get a bonus for like every hit, or every 10 hits you'd execute without getting hit, and you get like a strength bonus. So it would make you, try to multiply that, maximize that. And it was actually very fun to do. And then you have your supers and stuff. But there just wasn't quite enough combat variety. And that's what they changed in Act 2. They completely improved it. They took all the major criticisms from the first Knack and they fucking improved them, man. That's one of the biggest improvements that they made, was taking a game that just lacked combat moves, lacked combat abilities, it lacked variety, it lacked flash with the combat, and it took all that and made it a strength. To me, that was an absolute strength of Knack 2. Was the combat variety and the combat in general. And again, you gotta play it on hard. Knack and Knack 2 are actually enjoyable games played on hard. The combat in those games are actually enjoyable if you play it. You gotta play it on hard though. And Knack 2 specifically. On hard, on the hardest difficulty, I think, which is hard, Knack 2 is actually very challenging, not overwhelming, it's not quite Souls-like, but it's actually quite challenging on hard, quite enjoyable. And you have to strategize and upgrade the right things at the right times, and play skillfully. And playing Knack 2 on hard is an absolute joy. And the combat is just really fun, man. It's got it added like the deflection abilities, it added like parry abilities, it added ranged, like Knack has like ranged abilities, and of course he's got the really fun like multi-hit punches still, and of course he's got the abilities where he gets bigger, and of course he's got the abilities where he can become like Iron Knack and Frost Knack and Fire Knack and Water Knack, and then of course it's got the you unlock enough of the treasures and gemstones and you become Vampire Knack and Sunstone Knack and the Greenstone Knack and all that, which is fucking cool. That was always a really fun and underutilized element of Knack that they kind of saved for like New Game Pluses and stuff, was becoming the actual completely different versions of Knack when you saved up enough crystals. Not the ones that you automatically become in the game, like Metal Knack and stuff. Wood Knack, which that was really always cool. But like becoming Vampire Knack and Brittle Knack and shit like that. Like, to me, that was always a really cool and underutilized element of the game. And just an underappreciated element of Knack in general. Like, I totally understand what Mark Cerny was going for. I totally understand why he thought it was a good idea. And why we hadn't really seen it done all that much before. Yeah, we had seen characters with elemental powers and characters that were, like, made out of stuff and could be broken down, but never really in the way Knack did it. And it wasn't until PS4 that they probably had the processing power where they could really have a character that was made out of lots of little bits who could just separate on a whim and recompose, decompose on like a whim. It was just probably harder to do with the lack of memory and CPU and processing power. And they did that with Knack. It was cool. He was made out of all these little bits. And it was such a smart idea that, he could morph with like wood and become Wood Knack. And like metal, and he would have like metal abilities, and ice, and he would have ice abilities, and he could actually become those substances. And to me, that was really cool. It was something that I think they should have used more, particularly in puzzles. In the puzzle aspect, I think they should have utilized that more. And I think they should have utilized the different elemental versions of Knack even more in general. But Knack 2 actually did have some pretty decent puzzles, especially with like the metal version, where you'd leave like a metal statue of yourself behind on a thing to like weigh it down and do other stuff. To me, it was still a bit underutilized, but it was cool, man, and it was fun. It was really fun, and oh man, it would just be so dope if they would make a Knack 3, but they'll never do it because Knack 2 just flopped commercially. It flopped commercially, and even though it got significantly better reviews and it scored what, 14, 15 points higher than the original, which still, it didn't get a great score, high 60s, low 70s. It deserved a much better score than that. I would think that the people at Sony would understand that the game was much better than it reviewed. And the fact that, I would think the people at Sony would understand that the reason why the game didn't review that well is because the first Knack was so hated and criticized that it ended up hurting the scores in the second Knack. And unfortunately, there will probably never be another Knack. But to me, the Knack franchise is and has always just been a feel-good franchise. A feel-good, fun and co-op, lighthearted, all ages, but
it seems someone wants to trap us either way.
Enjoyable for adults on hard difficulty. Almost like a fucking Pixar movie, kinda. Like you're playing a Pixar movie. Just really fun and all ages and just enjoyable, man. And with enough combat ability and difficulty playing on hard that it's entertaining for adults.
For now, nothing.
Maybe I'm just a blind fanboy, but I've always really just enjoyed the atmosphere and lightheartedness and animation and just the vibe, the youthful, enjoyable vibe of Knack. I've always just really enjoyed it. To me, that is just like one of those underappreciated, disrespected franchises that I've always just gotten a lot of fucking enjoyment out of. And even though the first Knack, I fully recognize that it is a flawed and mediocre game, I still enjoyed it. I still really enjoyed it. Because there wasn't a lot to play on PS4 at launch, and it was a PS4 launch game. It was a PS4 launch exclusive, which counts for a lot. And it looked good visually, had fun co-op, and it was fun to play at the time. Just like Godfall, for me, was a fun console exclusive to play at the time, with excellent visuals, fun combat, good build variety, lacking immensely in story and other areas, but for me, for a PS5 launch game, that fucking filled the spot, man. It scratched an itch for me. It absolutely scratched a fucking itch for me. Godfall did at launch. Godfall.
Without sending you back to the circle.
Oh no.
We're not what they think. All blood mages
Crap.
and abominations. We just want
Godfall at launch on PS5 definitely scratched an itch for me. It was a fun fucking game. Fun co-op, man. The tower was like a roguelike element. That was fun, man. And Knack was a different style game, but playing that at PS4 launch, that filled the spot too for me. That was a hack and slash platformer with nice visuals, nice bells and whistles for the PS4 for a launch. Shit, I gotta reload because they disapproved. I don't want them to disapprove. Fuck that. And people will laugh and say I'm crazy, but I really enjoyed both fucking Knack games, man. I enjoyed them both. Nope, I still gotta go back even further. I like both fucking Knacks, man. I thought they were both fun. And the second Knack was so much better, but to me, Knack had such a fun setting, really good visuals, really cool Pixar style art. I just really dug it. The game doesn't have to be great for you to enjoy it. Not every game has to be The Last of Us. Not every game has to be a fucking incredible high-end game. And sometimes you can find a way to utilize a game properly. You can find a way to get the most out of a game, and I feel like I did that with Knack. With both Knack games. Playing them on hard difficulty, playing them when they came out, so when they were relevant, and then finishing platinum in the second Knack on PS5 once I had the PS5 upgrade. I feel like I got the most out of those games. You gotta play them on fucking hard. Play those on hard, and the combat is a much different ball game. Even if you play the first fucking Knack, you play it on PS5, that shit probably does not look that fucking bad. You know, I'm actually really fucking tempted to go back and play the first Knack on PS5, because I did not fucking platinum that. Shit. You know what though? I don't own it. I don't fucking own it. I don't have it anymore. And I think we got it on PS Plus, but I don't have PS Plus right now. I swear to God, I would, if I get PS Plus again, which I think will give me access to the first Knack, I'm gonna reinstall that game, see how it looks on PS5, because I know it's gonna run, I think it has some upgrades for it. It'll run the PS4 Pro version at 60 frames, I think. So it'll be like 4K 60, native, dynamic 4K 60. And I might actually go for the fucking platinum in that. I platinum the second game. I swear to God, if I had PS Plus right now, I would reinstall freaking Knack, first Knack, and try to get the platinum. And therefore, I would have platinumed both Knack games. And that would honestly be a proud achievement for me. I'm weird like that. I value different things. We all like different games for different reasons. And I always ask myself, do I like these supposedly bad Sony games just because they're Sony and I'm blind? I'm just that blind and I look past the fact that they're bad and I'll like bad things just because I'm a fanboy? But no, that's not the case, because there are some Sony games that I don't like. There are some Sony games that I desperately have tried to like, but don't enjoy. Like, The Last Guardian.
Where is everybody?
I love Shadow of the Colossus, right? I haven't really got into Ico, but I love Shadow of the Colossus. I appreciate the minimalist style, and I appreciate it, and even the climbing aspect was very innovative. The creatures, the world, the visuals, especially the Blue Point remaster. I played both. The Blue Point remake. I really like Shadow of the Colossus. No, I don't love it like some other people do, but I like it. So I really wanted to like The Last Guardian, and it's a game that I would potentially try to replay. I actually am a bit salty that I don't have the disc anymore, or if I do, it's in storage, because my dumb ex convinced me to put almost all of my games in storage. And now I'm here without the majority of my games, and I don't have PS Plus, I don't have the money to buy new games. So there's a lot of games I would have liked to have gone back and played. And my stupid ex convinced me just to put like every fucking thing in storage. Just everything in storage. And she's ever gonna get that shit out. I should have just kept like all my games. What would it have been? One extra box? One extra bag? I should have just kept like all my fucking games, man. I think I had a physical copy of The Last Guardian. But if I did keep all my games, I would put The Last Guardian back in. And I would try to give it another run. Assuming I kept my save, I would just continue for my save. But I would try to give it another go. But The Last Guardian is a game that I wanted to like. I appreciated the beautiful visuals. Despite what people say, I think that game is gorgeous looking. Yes, it runs choppy, the frame rate's shitty. And inconsistent, maybe a bit buggy, but I think that game is beautiful looking. The art style, even the assets, even some of the texture work, at least on PS5 and PS4 Pro when it came out. I think The Last Guardian is very beautiful. Obviously the music is gorgeous. It's got great style. The creature is so cool. It's such a cool idea. It seems like there was a lot of influence from Neverending Story. I love Neverending Story, so all stuff that I liked. And I really wanted to love The Last Guardian. I got the game at launch. I got it about a week after it came out because I hadn't pre-ordered it. And Sony was so dumb. They didn't press enough fucking copies. They did not press enough copies of the game because when I went to get it at launch, there were no fucking copies. So I had to wait like a week or two after it came out. There weren't enough copies in the store. That's another problem. Sony fucked up big time with that. That was a game that was so highly anticipated for a Japanese game from Japan Studios. That was a game that was so highly anticipated that had been delayed so many times. People thought it was never coming out. Once they re-announced it, they should have not released it until it was ready. I don't care how long it was in development. That's the thing people say, oh, it was in development for like 8 years, 10 years, and it came out fucked up and unpolished. Yeah, because it wasn't in development for that long. It was in development for PS3, and then they scrapped it. And then they did not work on it for many years. And then once they picked it up again, that game only was in development for like maybe 2 or 3 years before it came out. Max. It actually, the final product, the final PS4 game, The Last Guardian, only ended up having like a 2.5 year development. It was a really short development, despite what people say. It was in development for 8 years, 10 years. No, it wasn't in development the whole fucking time. It was scrapped, and they restarted it again. And the problem is they did it too quick. They pushed it out way too quick. They announced it too early, and they pushed it out too quick. Or they could have announced it when they did, but they should have given that game another year. Another solid year to polish it up, to add on, to finish it off. Ended up getting what, an 81, 82, somewhere between 81 to an 83. I forget what it settled on, maybe an 82. But that game should have reviewed just like Shadow of the Colossus did, just like Ico. That game should have reviewed in the low 90s. It should have been a masterpiece. Even if I didn't like it that much, that's what it should have been. But it came out unpolished and fucked up, had frame rate issues, and according to most, it had bugs and stuff. I didn't see any, but granted, I only played a few hours. But that game should have been a masterpiece. It should have been another Team Ico masterpiece. It should have been a bright spot for Sony. Instead, it was a mixed bag. It was almost a black eye. And it should have been a game that Sony released more polished. They got high 80s or low 90s review score. And then Sony should have promoted it more and pressed more copies. And it should have been a game that sold 4 million copies. 3 to 5 million copies. Instead, it sold maybe like 2 million. Like, that game should have done legitimate AAA numbers. That should have done like 5 million copies. The amount of hype that game fucking had, because of being delayed, because of the coming off of Shadow of the Colossus, because of all the excitement with that creature, the like almost never-ending story, Griffin, Wolf. Like, there was a lot of hype, and Sony they did not capitalize on that hype. They ended up pushing out an unfinished, unpolished game, which was still a good game, but completely unpolished. It got hurt in the reviews because of it. And then they barely even pressed enough copies to have available in store at launch. I don't know if they just didn't think it was going to sell well, but it seemed like it sold more than they expected. But I don't know why they wouldn't have taken at least 6 months extra time to at least polish it. I think they should have done more than polish it. I think they should have taken us 1 solid year, polished the game up, obviously, had it completely ready for PS4 Pro when it came out. I'm not sure. I don't think it was PS4 Pro day one. But had it completely ready for PS4 Pro. Given it a solid year. Had it running and looking good. And I think they should have if they had another fucking year to develop for it. It was only like a 2.5 year development anyway. I think they should have added more elements to the game to make it interesting. Added some more gameplay elements. Maybe even some combat. Maybe even some minor fucking combat. Maybe even some minor fucking foot combat. Maybe like give you a little wooden fucking sword and just let there be cannon fodder enemies and like just add some other elements to make it a little bit more exciting. Like, I didn't play through very much. I only played a few hours of it. But at least, like, maybe a flying section where you're on the creature and you're literally flying. And it's almost like dogfighting, like air combat. You're controlling the creature and you're, like, fighting. You're making him, like, fight in the air. Where you're fighting, like, other versions of those creatures in the air. Swiping and stuff in the air. Or almost like a dragon fucking game where you're like there's ground troops and you're going swiping them, eating them, like something like that. I think would have been cool. Just to add some other fucking elements, add some other combat elements maybe, because it was basically just a puzzle game. And the fucking AI was brilliant in that game. To have such a huge creature with AI, with advanced AI, like they had, was brilliant. Just programming the AI for that creature was a technical feat. Trico, on his own, to me was a massive technical feat. The animation, the visuals of Trico, the animations of Trico, his AI routine, his polygon count, his feathers, the way he was lit, the way just the animation blending and the way he moved. To me, that character is an absolute triumph on its own. Even just what Trico means to game development, just for the time period, early mid PS4, like mid PS4, I guess. That was just a really, really impressive piece of AI. Just a really impressive character, even narrative-wise, story-wise, and tech-wise, AI-wise, animation-wise. Like, and then being able to climb him and using that Shadow of the Colossus tech, like, man, that was impressive as fuck to me. Those Trico, even if the game wasn't a success, which, I mean, I think in a sense it was a success, it seemed to have at least matched their sales expectations because it sold what they pressed. The game was sold out in a bunch of stores locally. Shit. Then obviously, at least locally, unless that was not a good microcosm of the rest of the world, it shows that it at least sold what they wanted. And it did score over 80. Did score in the low 80s, so I mean, it technically got good reviews, so in some sense, I guess the game was a success, but in another sense, the game really wasn't a success. If Sony basically lost Team Ico, like they stopped working with them. Team Ico signed with essentially signed with a Chinese developer, or like CyberConnect or publisher, some Chinese publisher. Or at least the main people from Team Ico signed with some Chinese publisher. So it's like, in a sense, the game really wasn't a success because it seemed to sever the relationship between Sony and Team Ico. While it did score in the 80s, technically in the 80s was a disappointment for Team Ico considering their previous games had scored at least 10 points higher, and considering their prior game, Shadow of the Colossus, had scored in the low 90s. I think sales were basically about what they expected. It did maybe 2 million. I heard reports that it had outsold Shadow of the Colossus, but I believe when I heard those reports, it basically had sold pretty much exactly what Shadow of the Colossus had sold at the time. I don't know if it had legs or what, I doubt it. I don't know if Lifetime ended up outselling Shadow of the Colossus or not, but it basically sold what Shadow of the Colossus sold, like in the first a month or something. But even that to me is a disappointment because Shadow of the Colossus was a PS2 game. From a team that wasn't a big AAA team, from Team Ico, who at the time really wasn't as well known. Before they made Shadow of the Colossus, they had only really made Ico, right? And while Ico was considered a very good game, it's not like Ico was a massive AAA seller. It's not like Ico was a massive mainstream Western AAA game that sold 10 million copies. Like, what did Ico even end up selling? Like 1.5 million, maybe? Less? Million and a half? Million? Maybe. I don't know. I don't remember. I had seen it at one point. So when Shadow of the Colossus came out, they weren't a big household name, and the only reason Shadow of the Colossus even sold okay is because the game got incredible reviews, and the game was visually enthralling. It was a visual masterpiece as far as being able to climb these gigantic creatures, the beautiful world and setting, the unique storytelling, minimalistic storytelling aspect, which ended up influencing From Software with Dark Souls and Demon Souls. I always say Dark Souls like it was the first of the Souls games. No, Demon Souls was. It ended up influencing From Software and Demon Souls. Because, yeah, you can say Kingsfield and all that shit. But no, as far as the first Souls-likes were concerned, that was Demon Souls. Everybody wants to act like it was Dark Souls. No. No. It was the Sony PS3 exclusive Demon's Souls. That was the first of the genre. That was the first of the kind. So I ended up influencing From Software, Miyazaki, and Demon's Souls. But with Shadow of the Colossus, it's like it only sold moderately well because the reviews were incredible, and visually it was amazing, and technically technical achievement, climbing these huge creatures. Coming off that game, which Shadow of the Colossus is still easily the greatest game that Team Ico has ever made. Coming off that game, which was a cult classic, highly regarded, highly reviewed, often considered masterpiece, Shadow of the Colossus, rated in the 90s, low 90s Metacritic. That game, Shadow of the Colossus, is held in regards as, you know, I don't know about one of the greatest games of all time, but it's held in regard to many as one of the better games of all time. One of the great, beautiful, innovative, unique games of all time. Like, that's one of those games that just holds so much respect in the gaming community. Shadow of the Colossus is one of those fucking games that it never sold gangbusters. It never did, like, ridiculous numbers. Even the fucking gorgeous remake basically just matched what the original did. Which, to me, that's insane. It's insane to me how the remake didn't blow away the original game. When PS4 was so wildly successful at the time, PS4 was pretty much right in its prime. I think this was 2017? 2016, 2017, something like that. PS4 was right in its prime, right about to really jump off and bubble up. But it was right in its prime. Probably had 50, 60 million install. Bare minimum 40, but I think it had about 50, 60 million install. It was right in its prime. It was a hot commodity. Everybody already knew about fucking Shadow of the Colossus from PS2 and then PS3 remaster. And then the fucking remake came out, and this was Blue Point's, like, jumping off point. Shadow of the Colossus remake was Blue Point's fucking showpiece. It was Blue Point's showpiece game that was actually gonna truly show their talent, show what they could do technically, and show what they're all about. And I still say Shadow of the Colossus remake from Blue Point technically is probably one of the greatest remakes of all time. As far as remake or remaster, I think Shadow of the Colossus has got to be up there. I would dare to say, as far as remakes are concerned, you might be able to argue, at least as far as technical, one-for-one technical remakes, I would say it's probably a top 3 all time. No, you got games like Final Fantasy VII Remake and Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 3. Those are reimaginings. To me, Final Fantasy VII and Resident Evil, they don't really sit in the same category as Shadow of the Colossus. To me, the Resident Evil, those types of games, Final Fantasy VII, those are reimaginings where they've really changed the game quite a bit. Even Ratchet & Clank 2016, I'd say you can probably count it as more of a technical remake. I would say it might be closer. It's close. I'd say it's about 50-50, whether that's more similar to Shadow of the Colossus as a one-for-one technical remake, or if it's closer to like Final Fantasy VII Remake as a reimagining. I'd say it's about 50-50. If I had to say which one was closer, I'd say more of a technical remake, but it is a bit of a reimagining. But it's not like they changed so much drastically, you know, like they did in Final Fantasy VII Remake or the Resident Evil remakes. But with Shadow of the Colossus, that was just a one-to-one remake, and I don't think I can name more than 2 other games that were better technical remakes. That was just a showcase. That was a technical showcase, that game. And that's still one of the best looking games of the last generation. That game is so pretty. That was a proprietary engine from Blue Point. That game showed off. And man, it's a shame because Shadow of the Colossus, the remake, should have sold more. Just like The Last Guardian. Should have fucking sold more. Coming off all the hype for Shadow of the Colossus. At this point, Shadow of the Colossus got its recognition. People knew about it. Even people who didn't play it. Even though it wasn't a massive AAA seller originally. It had already gotten a PS3 remaster. It had already been on, I think, on PS Plus at one point. The PS3 version. Or something like that. It had already been talked about, and it should have had enough fans. It should have had enough fans. PS4 was just popping at the time, and Blue Point went out and put a gorgeous showpiece game for PS4 and PS4 Pro. Even if there were people out there who had never played the original Shadow of the Colossus or wasn't interested in that type of game typically, I really would have expected it to sell better just for the sheer fact that it was such a gorgeous, you know, PS4 Pro focused AAA Sony exclusive. Just the fact that it was a beautiful Sony, pretty much first party. Yeah, I guess it was technically first party. Japan Studios, they own the IP as well. Yeah, just the fact that it was a gorgeous first party PlayStation exclusive. I would have expected it to sell better just from that. But it's weird to me that these games, Shadow of the Colossus Remake, The Last Guardian, they barely sniffed over 2 million in sales, last I saw. It's just so peculiar to me. I know they're Japanese-centric, kind of more obscure type of games, but we're not talking about a real-time strategy or obscure turn-based RPG or, you know, some game like like a Hohokum or something where there's like no gameplay. Or just something that's very limited or very strange. Like, yeah, they're not games that have traditional combat, but they are gorgeous AAA, at least AAA looking. Games that should appeal to a wide enough audience to get sales. I just don't understand why those games never sold. I really don't get it. And even Shadow of the Colossus Remake wasn't even a full price game when it came out. Which I honestly felt like it probably could have been. I felt like it could have been. I spent full price because I got the limited edition or whatever. I got it where it came in like a cardboard sleeve. It came with like a map, which my ex tore it up. It was a paper map, I think, but I believe she tore it up. Maybe I tore it up when we were in a fight or something, but I think she tore it up. It came with a really nice, it wasn't a great steelbook, but it came with a steelbook. It came with stickers and little kind of picture, postcard kind of pictures. So it was, I think I paid 60 or 70, something like that. 60 maybe. So I know that Shadow of the Colossus Remake originally was not a full price game. This one games were $60. So I think, or maybe I only paid 50, I don't remember. So I think Shadow of the Colossus was maybe $50 originally. I don't remember. I'm trying to remember. So it might have been 40. I think it actually released as a $40 game. And then I paid 50 or something like that. Man, if it was only $10 more, that's a great deal. Even if it was 20 more. So I paid, I don't know, 50 or 60, and I think it released as a $40 game, which was so fair. That's back before Sony was greedy as they are now. That's back when Ratchet & Clank 2016 was a $40 fucking game. That's back when Shadow of the Colossus Remake was a $40 fucking game. Those games would be $70 now. And as I always say, I'm a Sony fanboy, but I'm not blind. If I disagree or agree with something, I'm gonna fucking say it. I feel like Ratchet & Clank 2016 was such a good deal. I honestly think it was too good of a deal. I think that game deserved to be more than $39.99. Yeah, it was a remake, a little bit of a reimagining, but that was a full AAA masterpiece of a game. I think, at the very least, that should have been $49.99. If not 60, I think it should have been 50. I'm not mad that it was $39.99, but I was surprised. I was very surprised that the game was so inexpensive. And same thing with Shadow of the Colossus. I believe it was $39.99. That's why I had no problem getting the collector's edition or whatever. It was only about $10 more or something like that, 10 or 20 more, which made it basically around, I think it was only 10 more, so I think it was only $50. So I paid like $50 and I got a steel book. I got like these cool pictures, which I don't even know if I still have them anymore. I got a map. I got some cool stickers and avatars, and for like $50, man. That's one of the best deals on a brand new game I've ever done. That game was so worth it. And yeah, we ended up getting it on PS Plus, I think, later on, but that purchase was super worth it at the time. That was such a good deal. I love that game. I loved when Sony used to do that. Those $40 fucking AAA remakes. Those really well done, full AAA remakes for $39.99. This is back before Sony was so greedy. Before they were super duper greedy. This is back when 2016, 2017, 2018 even, like 2015 to 2018. 2016 to 2018. This is the Ratchet & Clank, Shadow of the Colossus, Medieval fucking deals. Medieval was a $30 game. Medieval was a full technical remake that got mixed reviews. I think the game deserved better reviews than it got. I understand why it got the reviews it got. I think it scored in the high 60s, maybe 67, 68 Metacritic, something like that. High 60s. I think it was like low 70s at one point. I think it settled in the high 60s, which is very disappointing. But that game did have flaws. It was developed by a third-party studio, which is not very heralded, called Other Ocean, who I think Sony had doing one other. I think they had them doing I think they did a PC port for Sony. I don't think they ever developed another game. But having Other Ocean develop the Medieval remake was a total mistake. It was a real mistake, and it bothers me that they did that because it helped essentially sink the Medieval franchise. Sony obviously uses these remakes and remasters as a testing ground, I believe, for the IP. So if they put out a technical remake or a remaster of a game, and that remaster or remake flops commercially, then they're going to be much, much less likely to make a new game in that franchise, or to pitch a bigger project, or the developers would be less likely. So it's like, that's the thing, when people see these remasters or remakes coming out, if they love that franchise and they want a new game in that IP, then support the remaster. Fucking support it. That's the only way you're gonna get a new game. That's what the shame was in Wipeout. I forget who developed it, but it was the Wipeout Omega collection. It was actually a fantastic collection. It was a fantastic remaster, or remake. Yes, it was a remaster. It was just so well done. The Wipeout Omega collection. It was so well done that they should have gotten enough support to where they were able to make a new game in the franchise. And I think that's a game that Wipeout that would have really added to Sony's library, because they don't have any arcade racers. They did away with MotorStorm. Evolution Studios is no more, and they essentially are done with Drive Club, which is a shame. Drive Club is my all-time favorite racing game of all time. Drive Club is literally my favorite racing game of all time, and it's not even close. Drive Club is easily my favorite racer of all time. I absolutely love Drive Club. This is one of my favorite games ever. One of my favorite games from last generation. I absolutely adore Drive Club. I absolutely adore it. That's why I platinumed the original game. I platinumed the Drive Club Bikes expansion. And honestly, I would have platinumed the Drive Club VR, but I think they closed the servers, so you can't get the online trophies anymore. But I would have potentially platinumed Drive Club VR. I liked every single one of those too, despite the fact that none of them got good reviews except for Bikes. Drive Club Bikes got pretty good reviews. I think it was like a 76 Metacritic, which is absurd though. This should have been like at least an 81. I understand why Drive Club got bad reviews. When it came out, it was busted. The servers were busted for like at least a month, and this is a game that was completely created and required online to maximize it. the whole point of that game was to be online, was to make a club and have other people join your club online and create, set up races with other clubs, set up trials, set up challenges, point challenges, drift challenges. Did it have drag racing? I'm not sure. Course challenges, and to grind points for your club, and win events for your club, and beat other clubs' challenges, and get your club points up, and rise in the ranks. That's like the whole point of that fucking game. And to have the servers not work for at least the first month, it might have been 2 months, completely crippled the game. And it would completely cripple the review scores. And if the review scores were not based off of that, like if they didn't know before the game came out that the servers were busted, which they might not have, which means they were just rating it off of what they thought the game was, then that to me, there's no excuse for that. Like, I understand high 60s Metacritic, or 71 maybe, it was maybe a 71 Metacritic, something like that, 68 to 71. I'll say maybe 71. And then GT Sport got like a 73, I think. But GT Sport, it deserved that review for day one as well, because both those games were released unfinished. They both ended up being great, truly great racing games, but day one, they were fucked up. And Drive Club didn't have weather day one. The weather that Drive Club ended up getting, still to this day, is the greatest weather, at least visually, I've ever seen in a racing game. Ever. Yes, the weather is more impactful in certain ways in like Gran Turismo 7, but the weather in Drive Club, just the whole package visually, how impactful it was just beyond anything I had ever seen in a racing game. The way the fucking lightning was, the way the snow was, the way the rain was, the way torrential downpours were, blizzards, massive fucking rainstorms, the puddle accumulations for back then was super good. The windshields, the way the water would drip off the windshields, like the way when you would turn your car, it would affect which way the beads of water were dripping. This was stuff back in 2015 that we had never seen before. And you see it now in like Gran Turismo Sport, Gran Turismo 7 and stuff like that, but it was still more visually impressive in Drive Club, and it still is. The weather is still more visually impressive in Drive Club than it is Gran Turismo 7. Which Gran Turismo 7 has incredible weather. And in fact, Gran Turismo 7 is such a great game. I think that's the next game that I'm going to install. Because I actually have my physical copy of that game, even though I'm playing on this hotel TV, which is 720p, maybe 30 inches, 32 inches, 28 inches. It's a tiny, I think 720p, horrible TV. What can I do? What can I do? Gran Turismo 7 is not the type of game I would want to play on a 720p, maybe 32-inch TV. But I'd rather actually play the game than not play it. Because despite what people say, to me, that is the greatest looking racing game by far that I've ever played. And it's not close. Gran Turismo 7 is a better looking game than Forza Horizon 5. I don't care what anybody says, straight up and down. GT7 is the best racing game on console that anyone will ever play. On console. I'm not talking about PC. GT7 on console is stunning. And I think the previous best looking racing game was Drive Club. Drive Club still looks good today. It still looks fucking good, but it only runs at 30 frames, and they never added a PS4 Pro update, which I just don't get that. I don't know why on Drive Club they never even upgraded it for PS4 Pro. Like, they supported Drive Club so fucking much. With content, with fucking events, with DLC, with free content, free DLC, paid DLC, expansions that were spin-offs like Drive Club Bikes, the VR spin-off game, which I thought was great, but inexplicably got hounded in reviews. That's one thing I don't understand. I understand why Drive Club got bad or mixed reviews when it first came out. It was missing all of the weather that it had. It did not have any weather in the game yet. The servers didn't work properly for the first month, at least. So for those reasons, those two main reasons, I understand why it had mixed reviews. I get that. But Drive Club VR, that to me I just don't understand. I mean, I just don't get it. That game has terrible reviews. Drive Club VR has absolutely terrible reviews. Like, terrible. I would assume that I think the game scored like in the 50s, I think. Maybe like a 54 or 64, 60 something. It scored in the 50s or like the low 60s. It either scored in the 50s or the low 60s, I forget. But it did not score anywhere near 70. It was way below. Yeah, at best, it was like low 60s. At best, it was like a 64, 63. So there's some part of me that makes me think that, was it rated like a 54 or something? But it was either low 50s or low 60s. It was rated really bad. Really, really bad score. Because it wasn't like GT Sport, mixed reviews. You understand why, because it was unfinished. Where GT Sport got like a 71 or 72, 73, something like that. And it makes sense with GT Sport, even though GT Sport ended up probably being like a 85 in quality, 83 in quality, eventually. It makes sense that it would be rated low 70s when it first came out, because it was bare bones. GT Sport was completely bare bones when it first came out, and even all of the innovative online stuff, the great visuals, the great HDR, the incredible driving and physics, you know, the pure driving and shit can't completely make up for day one, lacking a lot of shit. But luckily they ended up supporting that game with entirely free DLC afterwards. And the same thing with GT7. As much as people want to criticize those games, especially Sport when it came out for being bare bones, they did pretty much say that those are both going to be service games, and they did end up supporting those games with free DLC for the entire lifetime of those games. And GT Sport free DLC basically only stopped when GT7 was announced, or they may have even given a couple DLCs after GT7 was announced, but when GT7 was on the precipice, that's when they stopped the free DLCs. But that game got years worth of free DLC. Tracks, cars, modes. It got so much free content. And same thing with GT7. As much as people want to criticize it for having microtransactions, like, that game ended up getting... That game continues to get free DLC. So much free DLC. Fucking free cars, free tracks, free modes, free photo mode stuff, free currency at times. Like GT7 continues to get free shit. That's why it bothers me when people freak out so much about the microtransactions in GT7. Like, yeah, they're shitty. The microtransactions in GT7, they were shitty because it's premium currency. I'm never a fan of premium currency. Using real world money to buy in-game money. Never a fan of that ever in any game, regardless of the reason. I always dislike that method of DLC. Always dislike that. To me, it's cheesy and it's greedy and it's unsavory. And the microtransactions in GT7 are very unsavory. And it's not even because, some cars can cost $100 or whatever. No, it's not because of that. It's because, they're charging you real world money if you want to purchase in-game cars. Now, all the cars are earnable. To my knowledge, none of the cars are locked behind the paywall. They're only giving you the option to buy the cars you want. And that's the thing with GT Sport. After 3 or 4 years, maybe after like 2 or 3 years of the game being out, they gave people the option to buy cars. I think they put every car for sale in the game that you could buy with currency with real money. And they were reasonably priced. Cars were anywhere from 50 cents, I think, to like maybe $5. Most cars weren't $5. Most cars were like $2, I think was the average price, $2 or $3. A lot of cars were $1. I think there were some that were 50 cents, I'm not sure. But it was basically like $2 to $5, $1 to $5, $2 was generally the price. It was reasonable. And it made sense because there were some cars that people wouldn't want to grind. And if you wanted to just own the car, you could own the car. It's not like it was pay to win. It's not like you would suddenly become the best in sport mode against real world people because you spent the most money on cars. No, it's not like that. It's not pay to win in any way, shape, or form. Even in GT7, it is not pay to win. Like, yes, you can buy cars, but the cars you buy are not gonna be significantly better to where you're gonna be able to beat people online. And the thing too is, online, they have restrictions. Like, there are car type restrictions, there are horsepower restrictions. Each race type, especially online, even offline, even in the single player mode, each race has restrictions of what class of car you can use, how many horsepower the car can be, what you know, what type of drivetrain and all that the car has. Like, there are restrictions, so it's not like you can just go buy the fastest car in GT7 with real world money, and then because you spent $25 or whatever they say, $100 of real world cash and bought the best car in the game, quote unquote, even though there is no best car in the game. Yeah, now you're gonna beat everybody online because you have the fastest car. It doesn't even work like that. It's not pay to win. There are restrictions on the cars. The most expensive cars in the game are not necessarily the best cars in the game. The reason why a car is expensive in the game is because it mimics the real world price of the car. The most expensive cars in real life aren't necessarily the fastest cars. Like, literally the most expensive cars, like $2 million, $3 million cars. It doesn't mean they are absolutely the best performing and fastest cars. And it's that way in GT7. The most expensive cars typically are not the best cars because a lot of them are classic cars. They're from the Legends showroom. They're from the Legends showroom. You're buying cars that won Le Mans in like 1969 or 1974 or 1980. You know, these are legendary cars. You're typically buying these cars, if you were to buy them, with real world money, but you could also just save up your in-game currency. But yes, buying every single car in the game is going to be almost not impossible, but almost impossible. You'd have to grind the game for probably 1,000 hours or more. But that's if you want to own every single car in the game. There's got to be well over 400, maybe 500 cars by now. Why would you need to own every single car in the game? That, to me, takes away a big point of playing the game in general. Which is like not to own absolutely every car and not to just buy them with real world money and just not feel like you earn them and just have a stable of every car. And no, to me that defeats the entire purpose. The whole purpose of the game, as far as collecting cars, is the joy and reward and gratification of earning that car. Either grinding and winning enough events and earning enough in-game currency organically to buy the car and saving up to buy the car that you've been waiting for, that you really wanted, and then having the gratification of knowing you saved up for that car and getting it and knowing you have it in your stable, or even showing it off to someone else on a free run track, which I think is a cool thing, where they've got like a free mode where you can just literally, it's not timed or anything, and you can just go there with other people and you could show your cars off to each other, or you could race, or you could just drive around. So that to me is the whole point of car collecting in the game. And that's what separates Gran Turismo from Forza. In Forza, it's much easier to earn cars, I think. They give them away in barns, and I have Forza Horizon 5. I've played it for at least 20 hours. It always felt like I was earning cars very easily. Like, earning cars came very quickly. It was very easy to do. Obviously, they have the roulette spin. They have that in Gran Turismo as well. But I didn't feel any sense of accomplishment when I would earn a car in Forza. It felt like they were just giving them away. And the difference too is the cars in Forza Horizon 5, they just don't feel very distinct. Granted, it's not a true sim like Gran Turismo, but the cars in Forza Horizon 5, they just don't feel very distinct. They don't feel all that particularly unique. They don't feel that good to race. The interiors don't look very good. They don't have that extremely unique feel, and the interiors aren't fleshed out and beautiful like in Gran Turismo 7, where you can like tell what type of leather it is, or you can see the patterns in the cloth on the seat, and you could tell what type of texture it is on the dashboard or on the steering wheel. As much as people want to cry like the graphics are worse than GT7, not the cars. The actual car models, there's no comparison. The car models in GT7, to me, are clearly superior to the car models in Forza. I feel like GT7 has the best car models in gaming history, and it's not even close. And it's not just the interiors, the exteriors as well. The exterior and the interior. And I feel like the cars in GT7 feel more distinct than any other game, at least console racing game. They feel more realistic and more distinct than any other console racer I've ever played in my life. Like, also the racing. The driving, the racing, and the physics is better in GT7 than any other game I've ever played in my life. The physics are so wildly underrated in GT7. You can see, I love the new feature how they show the chassis moving, like because of the shocks. And but like ever so slightly, you'll see very small movements depending on what kind of car it is. Especially if it's like a Beetle or something, you can really see the chassis like dipping and fucking almost moving independently. Like it's a really underrated fucking feature, and all of that, like the good thing about Gran Turismo 7, it all impacts and affects and alters gameplay. Nothing, virtually nothing in the game is just for show. It's not a game, Gran Turismo 7 is not a game that's just for show. Gran Turismo is not a game franchise where things are for show. Everything in the game affects gameplay. Same thing with the fucking weather. Same thing with the rain. That's why doing a weather and rain update in GT7 was so arduous for them. And that's why they only really added like light rain and heavy rain when they did add it. Because it altered and impacted gameplay to such an extreme. And they didn't really build the game for that, so if they then started putting in snow and started putting in ice and started putting in other things, they really would have had to redesign everything. They would have had to retune and redesign a lot. Especially with the tracks. Like, not every track was none of the tracks probably were meant with the wet weather in mind, which they should have been. That was a flaw. I mean, they should have built that into the game before it came out. That's one of the reasons why it suffered with its review score, but knowing that they did not do that, or at least properly, it was probably really hard for them to do it after the fact. Because, like in Gran Turismo, everything alters and impacts gameplay. Nothing is just for show. It's not like Forza, where you just throw some shitty looking rain down and then you just program in that the cars now will have a slick feature and they won't grip as well. No, in Gran Turismo it's like everything counts. The amount of moisture, the amount of water, the way the water is accumulating on the track, where the clouds are actually located, depending on where the rain's coming from, will dictate where the puddles are accumulating. The puddles accumulating will dictate where drivers are driving on the track to avoid the puddles. How fast the puddles are drying on the track will dictate upon how many times they're getting driven over. It'll dictate on where the sun is located. It'll dictate where the clouds are located, if the sun's getting through the clouds to help dry up the puddles, and which puddles, and where the puddles are located, and all that. Like, it's so fucking deep. Like, literally, the placement of where the clouds accumulate is going to dictate where it's raining, how hard it's raining in certain areas, where the puddles accumulate, and then, like I said, the heat, the heat, the level of heat, the humidity, the amount of sun is going to dictate how fast the puddles dry up, and if cars are driving over those puddles, will dictate if they dry up faster or not. And all of this is completely dynamic. They could have just put in a completely static rain, and they would have had rain day one on GT7, on GT Sport. But that's not the way Gran Turismo is designed. Everything in Gran Turismo is meant to be a simulation. And some things are better at it than others. Yes, driving on a wet track still feels a bit too slidey, I'd say. I would say that they haven't completely nailed the feeling of a wet track as far as maybe it being overly difficult. Maybe it not feeling as completely organic enough. But it's that will of wanting to be a true sim to where they don't want it to feel too simple. And as some people complain about how it feels to drive on a wet track in GT7, even in sport, but they didn't want to make it easy. They want to make it hard. And I think it's fine, the wet track stuff. The only thing I really have a problem with in GT7, as far as the track consistency, is the dirt tracks. I don't think there's enough dirt tracks. I think there should be some sort of rally in it. Yeah, there are some rally tracks, but there's no actual rally racing in it, technically, where you have a co-driver, which I think would be cool. But even if they didn't have actual rally racing, having more dirt tracks, more quote-unquote rally tracks, I think would have been cool. There's just not enough dirt tracks in GT7, and I think the dirt tracks are fun. And I do agree with the fact that the dirt tracks are a bit too slidey. They're a bit too slippery. The dirt tracks almost feel like driving on ice. They almost feel like ice tracks. Like you're really slipping and sliding a lot on dirt tracks. That's the one thing that I don't think they nailed in GT7 is the fucking dirt tracks. The dirt tracks are too slippery, and there's just not enough of them. Instead of adding all of these basic regular style tracks, which they have added a lot, and adding all of these new cars, which honestly I don't know what the big push is with more cars in racing games. In racing games, the biggest trend is car count, track count. I get track count, I understand that, but car count is one of the biggest trends that has always been in racing games. Whenever a racing game comes out, one of the most pertinent things for people to know, supposedly, is how many cars are in the game. How many cars. And it's almost like a pissing contest, like a dick measuring contest, like an eating contest. It's almost like when a racing game comes out and they announce how many cars are going to be there day one, that's like a big deal, and inevitably the writers and professionals and reviewers always compare to other games. It's like, oh, Gran Turismo 7 is going to have over 400 cars when it comes out. Horizon 5 had 500 cars. Drive Club, when it came out, I think it had like 180 cars. And, you know, that was a low number. You know, and they were like, you know, Forza Motorsport 5 had, you know, 400 cars, 500 cars. And it's like, okay, Drive Club on paper did have a low number of cars day one. It was like 184 cars, something like that. It was a low number. But they ended up more than doubling that count, I believe, through mostly free cars by the end of the game's life cycle. So I think it had at least like 400 cars by the end of the game. By the end of the game's life, which was plenty. And they had like 30 or 40 bikes if you got the DLC, which it was totally worth getting the DLC for. That was one of the best DLCs I've ever played. That was the best motorcycle racing game I've ever played, and that was a DLC for Drive Club. But I digress. When Drive Club came out, it had like 184 cars, something like that. Which, I agree, that's perhaps too low of a number, but honestly, even the 180 or so cars, when Drive Club first came out, and that's part of the reason why I got bad reviews, it felt like enough. It felt like enough, at least at launch, because just like Gran Turismo Sport, each car felt very distinct, and even though Drive Club was not a true simulation racer, Drive Club was more of an arcade style game, but I think it had enough, at least, simulation in feel and difficulty and track kind of expertise. I think that, and minor tuning, that to me it was a very light simcade. Most people would say no. I hate the way people act with things. If you were to go on like a forum on GT World or Reddit or M4G, and you were to call Drive Club a simcade, they would probably laugh at you. They would act like Drive Club is the most arcade racer this side of Need for Speed. They would act like Drive Club is the Crew. They would act like Drive Club is, like I said, fucking Need for Speed. Forza Horizon. And it's not. Yes, there are probably certain aspects you could even look at from Forza Horizon and say, well, Forza Horizon has more simulation aspects than Drive Club, because you can tune your cars more. So it has like deeper tuning, and you can buy more parts and stuff like that. Sure. But the basic driving, and I don't even necessarily want to say realism, but I'll say the basic driving and the skill acquisition. Like the skill that it takes and the skill that you need to acquire to get good, and the skill you need to master the game, to me makes Drive Club more of a simulator than Forza Horizon. To me, it makes Drive Club a simcade, because yes, well, it didn't go very deep on customization and tuning, which I believe you could tune, but it wasn't deep. And it didn't go super deep on purchasing parts and customizing and tuning your cars, things that you would find in a simulator. And while the gameplay wasn't pure simulation gameplay the way Gran Turismo or Assetto Corsa is, and while people would argue that, you know, it's not even as simulation and racing as Forza Motorsport is, which Motorsport is supposed to be a pure simulator, even though it's not, it's supposed to be, but I get why it's called the sim. Yes, granted, the racing is not purely realistic in Drive Club, but it requires more skill, more finesse, more skill, more track mastering, more car mastering than any other arcade racer. Any other arcade racing game out there, to my knowledge, does not require as much skill and masterization as Drive Club. And that's the reason why I call Drive Club a simcade. While it's very arcade, very Project Gotham in many fucking aspects, it has some semi-simulation aspects in the fact that it really requires, the driving has a steep learning curve. It requires deep skill. It requires mastering and knowing the tracks, mastering the cars, mastering the tracks, stuff that you just don't get in any other arcade racer. And to me, that it has as much to do with a simulation game as anything. Actual skill acquisition. The more you play, the more skilled you get. Having a learning curve where it's not just any child can learn and understand how to play well within the first hour. Where, like, I don't know, a game like Forza Horizon 5, to me, the more I played, at best I would get incrementally better. I didn't get better by leaps and bounds. There wasn't any notice of huge skill acquisition. There wasn't massive benefits to thoroughly learning the tracks and learning the cars and understanding how they drive and how they feel. In Forza Horizon 5, it was just an arcade game. It was very much like a deeper and better Need for Speed, which is fine. But Forza Horizon 5 was, to me, basically Need for Speed. It was like a better Need for Speed. Really good arcade racer. Probably one of the best arcade racers ever. A really solid arcade racing game. But to me, even though people would argue it, there's no sniff of simulation in that game. I don't care if it does have some modification and some tuning and shit. Forza Horizon has not a sniff of simulation. Because the driving and the racing and the physics are just so arcade. They are so basic. You don't need to be good. You don't need to master it to be quote-unquote good. Like, you just don't. But in Drive Club, you absolutely, to become good, you absolutely had to master it. You had to learn the tracks, you had to learn the cars. There was a lot to master. I just don't understand why people they rag on Drive Club so much. I just really don't get it. The only criticisms I can see is that yes, it was a 30 frames per second racing game, which is a sin. Racing games should almost never be 30 frames per second, and then they didn't even patch that in to be 60 when the PS4 Pro came out, or the PS5 came out, and never got a patch, which I don't know if they just were done with Drive Club at that point, which they weren't, because Drive Club VR came out. That came out after. That came out within a year of PS4 Pro, so it wasn't that fucking far off. But so there's no excuse that they never patched in 60 frames per second, other than the fact that they said they built the game completely for 30 frames. That they tried to have it be 60 and they could only get it to run at like in the low 40s or like 40 frames. that they could not get Drive Club running at a solid 60 frames on the PS4, and it was built for the base PS4, so they had to make a decision then and there during development that late or midway through development that it would just be a 30 frames built for 30 frames game. That's because the PS4 hardware limited it, and they wanted to hit a certain visual benchmark and have a certain amount of physics. And I think it was the right move ultimately, because if it did run at 60 and it had average visuals, it would have been like every other racing game at the time. But when it came out, it was a true visual benchmark. For racing games, it was a true visual benchmark. I still have screenshots from Drive Club that look ridiculously good. Yes, it's kind of fake because you're using photo mode and you're tailoring it to be the best looking, most flattering shots, but I still have absolutely gorgeous looking shots from Drive Club, and part of the reason is because it was a 30 frames per second game, and that overhead of keeping it at 30 frames is ultimately what allowed them to have better visuals. Now they could have completely designed it differently, like before it came out on the PS4, but that's what they went for. It was not a simulator, it was more of an arcade. So they felt like since the PS4 could not hit 60 frames at the visual quality with the visual bar that they wanted, they were just going to go 30. And normally that would be a great sin for racing games, but with all those circumstances, I thought it worked. I thought it was fine. I thought this 30 frames actually felt okay. And shockingly enough, even though the game was 30 frames per second, I still have never played a racing game that had the same sense of speed as I did with Drive Club. GT7 has a decent sense of speed. I don't remember Forza's sense of speed, but for whatever reason, maybe the 30 frames helps that. I don't know. I would think it would hurt it, but even though it was only 30 frames, for whatever reason, Drive Club, more than any other racing game I have ever played, has an absolute sense of fucking speed. When you're racing in the cars, you feel like you're going fast, especially when you're actually going fast, especially when you're using a supercar, you're going over 200 miles an hour. Like, man, the sense of speed in Drive Club is immaculate. I don't know how they program that, but you would think that would be one of the issues with being a 30 frames racing game. That it would not have the sense of speed, the sense of motion, but Drive Club absolutely had that sense of speed. To me, I don't know if it's the greatest racing game ever. It'd probably be the first Gran Turismo, or probably Gran Turismo 2, or other racing games, objectively. But it is my favorite racing game of all time. Or it could be like one of the original Mario Karts, objectively. But as far as my personal opinions, Drive Club is my favorite racing game of all time. It is my absolute favorite racing game of all time, and it's not even close. I can't even give a close second. Maybe Gran Turismo 2 or 3. Maybe Project Gotham. Not even. I'm just spitting bullshit right now. Drive Club is easily my favorite racing game of all time. Because it was so much more than just a racing game. It was a multiplayer game. It was a co-op game. It was a club game. It was a challenges game. It was a bike game. It was a VR game. And yeah, I'll even include all the other stuff, because even though you have to pay for it, still, the bikes expansion was technically part of it. I thought it was the best and most fun motorcycle game I ever played. Even though it was mostly just the same tracks, but with bikes. But man, the bikes were beautiful. The bikes felt so good. I never felt bikes that felt that good before. I guess some of the simulation motorcycle games probably are more realistic, but the bikes, they felt so good to race and drive club. I felt like the VR game, yes, it was flawed. It had significantly worse visuals than actual Drive Club, obviously, as it would. The visuals were very blurry and fuzzy at times. At times it looked good. Certain angles and certain distances that you were, when things were, I think, close up, they looked good. When they're far away, they looked blurry. Something like that. But yes, at times it looked extremely fuzzy, extremely blurry. The texture quality was shit. At times the game looked really bad. And I guess they said it could make you nauseous. I only got nauseous one time. The only time I got nauseous, truly nauseous, playing Drive Club VR was when I was in spectator mode. It was on a replay, I think, and you can be a passenger in the driver's you can be in the passenger seat, sitting there while your driver in your car is driving, replaying the track and the race that you did. So you can sit in the passenger seat, looking out the window and stuff, looking in the car, while you're feeling what it was like and seeing the inside of the car, racing how you raced. So you're spectating inside your car on your replay. And doing that, I got nauseous one time. Because I was looking out the window and, like, turning around and, like, because it's cool. You could, like, literally look out the window and turn your head and, like, you're in the passenger seat and you don't have to worry about racing. And for whatever reason, that made me nauseous. That's the only time I really, truly remember getting nauseous. Maybe one other time doing something funky like that on a replay, I think. But while I was just playing the normal game, not replaying and stuff, I never got sick in Drive Club VR, and I had played that for multiple hours straight on stream before. I never got sick playing it normally. But so I guess I can understand how some people get sick. I could understand how the visuals were considered very fuzzy and bad, even though it was pretty much the same assets. It was just the texture quality, the resolution, and the clarity and stuff. But it was still the nice cars and shit, like, still the nice reflections. It was just subdued visual quality. I thought the visual quality of Drive Club VR was completely overblown as far as how bad it was. It was just fuzzy. It was fuzzy and inconsistent. It was not the worst looking racing game on VR. I thought that Dirt Rally was way worse looking in VR on PSVR. Dirt Rally on PSVR 1, I thought had half the visual quality of Drive Club VR. I thought Dirt Rally on PlayStation VR was by far a worse looking game. Maybe I did not remember. Maybe I'm misremembering, and maybe I'm wrong on that. But Dirt Rally on PlayStation VR, I thought looked horrible, and that game got great reviews. I also thought Dirt Rally on PSVR sucked. I never was huge on Dirt Rally to begin with. I did play it a decent amount, not in VR. It's a good, solid game, but I like simulators and I like rally games. And I've played the Dirt games, but I've never been super big on the Dirt games. Even when the Dirt games were, when it was Dirt 3, or when it was Dirt 4, which was more arcade. To me, that was just junk food. I didn't really like it that much. Played it a bit. Then Dirt Rally, which was almost too sim, to the point where it was almost too hard to be enjoyable. Just wasn't super into it. It was like a rally game that was too strict. The driving was too out of control. Like, the dirt driving was just too wild. It was like the dirt driving in GT Sport or GT7. It was like you're all over the place. To me, the best rally, the most fun, somewhat simulation rally games were the WRC games. The old ones and the recent ones. The old ones, like 3, I think it was WRC 3, and maybe 4. 5 wasn't so good, but 3 was really fun, I think. 2 and 3. And then WRC 9 was really good, man. WRC 10, I never played but wanted to. But I got WRC 9, I think it was 9, for PS5. Maybe it was 10. I think it was WRC 9, the one that came out on PS5. Really, really good, man. Really good game. That WRC 9 on PS5 was the perfect rally game, man. It wasn't too arcade, but it wasn't so overbearingly strict that it was unfun. Whereas Dirt Rally was so overbearing, it was unfun. It was like you were racing on fucking ice. It was like you were racing on ice with pebbles. Like, you're sliding all over the fucking place. One wrong move and your complete run was over. To me, Dirt Rally just was overkill. I'm good at racers, I sucked at that one. I love Rally, I love Dirt, and I like simulation. I just didn't really like Dirt Rally, and I know it got such great reviews. Then we got Dirt Rally 2.0, and I never really played it. Even though we got it on Plus. And I know everyone loves Dirt Rally. But to me, Dirt Rally on PlayStation VR was a hideously ugly game that had worse visuals than Drive Club VR, which everyone says are such bad visuals. But I'll hold it to anybody. I think Dirt Rally on PlayStation VR is a worse looking game than Drive Club VR. Straight up. And Drive Club VR literally got trashed in the reviews in a large part because of the visuals. Yet Dirt Rally got on PlayStation VR got great reviews and didn't get any points taken away for the visuals. I thought that was a big, big double standard. I did not mind the visuals in Drive Club VR, and at times I thought they looked good for PlayStation VR 1. At times they were very blurry, and as a lover of Drive Club on PS4, yes, they were a massive downgrade, which I fully expected. Drive Club had a lot of penalties against it. Not only was it a visually demanding game that was built with many server-based systems in it, but it also, and a very highly advanced lighting system for the time, but it also was a game that ran at 30 frames per second. So you're now talking about a visually demanding 30 frames per second PS4 game that now has to run at, what, 90 frames? 60 at least, and then they would have to artificially enhance the frame rate. So they had to at least double the frame rate, if not more, for a game that was visually demanding to get it to run into VR. So that's the problem. It was a visually demanding 30 frames per second game that was built for 30 frames per second. So they had to get it to at least be running at 60 to even start. So of course it was going to take a massive visual hit and do other things for VR. The fact that Drive Club ran at 30 frames per second was always going to be a huge barrier to getting it to run on PlayStation VR. And this is the hypocritical thing about people. When they first started getting Drive Club running on PlayStation VR, doing it just as a tech demo when they were showing off PlayStation VR, before it even came out, I think, people noted how great it looked and how good it felt. And then when the game Drive Club, and that's probably part of what made them decide to put Drive Club into VR and sell it. And then when it actually came out as a game, people were like, oh, this looks so terrible. Yet they were crowing about how good it looked when they were playing little demos before they knew it was definitely going to be a game. Sure, maybe the visuals got downgraded further beyond that point, but I'm sure it was like relatively in the same ballpark of how it ended up looking. And it just bothers me. And I know the game got bad reviews also because it was basically the same game, but they cut content out of it. Drive Club VR was essentially the same exact game as Drive Club. Just they cut some of the content from Drive Club, which I don't understand why. Maybe they couldn't get it to run well on VR. And it was in VR. It was just Drive Club VR was literally the same game, the same tracks, the same cars. They just cut some of the cars and tracks, and it was just that, but in VR. So I get why it got bad reviews in that sense, and then the people freaked out about the visuals. But this was early days for VR. I think it was a launch game, a PSVR launch game, or really early in life cycle. I think it was a PSVR launch game. This was early days, I think, 2016, I think? 2017, 2016? Something like that. This was early days VR, running on PS4 hardware, or at least that's what it was designed for, base PS4 hardware. This was early days VR. It was an achievement and took a lot of technical prowess just to get that game running in VR. So I have no problem with the fact that they charged for it, that they created their own boxed version of the game instead of just doing an update patch. I have no problem. To me, it was completely worth it. It was absolutely 100% worth. What was it? $30, $20, $30, $40? I don't think it was 40. It was maybe 20 or 30 bucks. It may have only been 20 bucks. I think it was only like 20. Assuming it was 20, it was totally worth it. And to get a boxed version, which I'm not sure if I got I think I got a boxed version. But to be able to get a boxed version of the game and whatever, it was 20 bucks. It was totally worth it. And you got to start a new club. All the clubs they had were VR specific clubs. So I started a new club, I think Hell on Wheels again. So you were playing against other VR based clubs. And it was fun to start a new club. So it wasn't exactly just the same game where you're continuing your club from the original game, which I guess that would have been cool too, but it was fun to start a new club in VR and know that everyone you're racing against is also going to be in VR. And even though it was the same content, but actually less of it, I had no problem with it. To me, it was worth it, man. Nowadays, that wouldn't fly. Nowadays, if you're going to charge money, even 20 bucks, have its own boxed version of a game that they put into VR, but then cut content on it, that wouldn't fly. To charge money for that and cut content, you couldn't do that nowadays, especially with a racing game. Like if GT7 came out, like it did in VR, and they cut half the cars and tracks, and they charged 30 bucks or something, or 20 bucks for it, and called it GT VR, GT7 VR. No, that wouldn't fly. It's because we're a generation later. You know, it's already been established what's acceptable and what's not. But at the time, it was experimental. There wasn't a whole lot going on in VR. VR was new. I didn't have a problem with that. I thoroughly enjoyed Drive Club VR, and I had no problem with paying $20 or whatever to get a boxed version of the same game but in VR. And Sony made amends with offering stuff like GT Sport in VR, even though it was a very limited version, only like one-on-one races and solo races. But that was free in VR. And then they did the Wipeout Omega collection, which was the entire game but in VR. That, to me, I didn't fully understand why Wipeout Omega collection was not a charge for a product. I didn't fully understand why the Wipeout Omega collection was a free DLC. I just didn't understand that. A, it was the entire game. B, it was only briefly played in VR. But according to what everybody said, it was one of the best. I did play it in VR a little bit. Actually, yes, I did. It was one of the best VR games to date. It was a spectacular VR game. And it was just the entire Wipeout Omega collection game. Completely well done in VR. And they gave it for free. And honestly, they shouldn't have. They probably shouldn't have. Because A, the original game for Wipeout Omega Collection did not sell as well as it should have. That was a fantastic remaster. That was really good. That I bought, I believe, full price. I think I got it digitally. I should have bought it physical because it had a beautiful case. But that was a... Even though I'm not a huge Wipeout fan, I bought it to support Sony, and I thought I would like it more than I did. I really liked Wipeout 2048, but that's partly because it was on Vita. But I've never been like huge on Wipeout. But still, that was a really high quality game. Wipeout Omega Collection. Well done remaster. And then to give the extremely well done VR version for free, they shouldn't have did it because it's not like it helped boost the sales fucking anyway. And at least they would have made some money off it. And if they did a boxed version, it would have brought more attention to it and maybe sold more copies of it anyway. And that's the problem is Wipeout Omega Collection was such a floundering failure commercially, even though critically it was a massive success. It got great reviews. But commercially, it just didn't sell much at all. I don't even think it did 500,000 copies. And then they give away the VR version thinking that'll boost sales. And I don't think it did much at all to boost sales. So they honestly should have just charged people. Because it's not like it helped promote the game anyway. I think it would actually help promote Wipeout Omega Collection even more if they had released a not full price, but if they had released a paid boxed version, like a $20 boxed version in GameStop, in the stores, online, at Walmart, whatever. And I think, and then if they promoted it, I think it would have promoted Wipeout. I think it would have helped promote the brand, promoted the game. I think it would have helped sell more copies, even though people would have actually had to buy it. I honestly think more people would have played Wipeout VR because of the sheer fact that it would have gotten more promotion. It would have had boxed version in stores. More people, I think, would have picked it up. I don't think a whole lot of people actually ended up playing it, even though it was a completely free update if you own the game already. And even though it got great reviews, it's like most people didn't even read those reviews because barely any outlets even did official reviews for Wipeout VR because it wasn't even considered a new game. It didn't even get a boxed copy. It wasn't even being charged for. That's the problem too, is that when you just do a free VR update, not a lot of media outlets are going to review those like it's a new game. In fact, most media outlets won't. like the amount of people they're going to send out to review a game that is just a free update is going to be a small fraction of what it would be if the game got a full priced or a paid boxed version. And that's the problem, even with Gran Turismo 7 VR. I have not played it because I don't have PSVR 2, unfortunately. If someone will buy it for me, that'd be great. But by all accounts, and all reviews and all hands-on impressions, it's one of the best VR games ever made. It's the full game. It's the full GT7 game in VR. It's apparently spectacular on PlayStation. It didn't get a ton of reviews because it didn't have its own boxed or official version. It didn't really have its own official VR version. And even something as big as Gran Turismo, and the fact that it's the entire game, a high-rated game to begin with, and the fact that it's the entire game on PlayStation VR 2, it was a big deal. And the fact that it was supposedly so good, it garnered a lot of attention. But I don't believe it got a whole lot of reviews. Even if you go on Metacritic, and for a while, it was hard to even find GT7 VR having its own Metacritic score, which I think it does now. Inexplicably, I think it's like an 83 or something. But everybody you talk to says it is so spectacular, so amazing in VR. One of the best VR games they've ever played. So for me, I don't understand how it scored lower than the base game. I just don't. Last I saw it was like an 83. But I think that's only based on like a handful of scores. Whereas the original Gran Turismo 7, it's got like at least 90 review scores, 70 to like 120. You know, it's in that somewhere near probably 100 review scores range. I forget what it is, but it's in that range. GT7 VR, it's got to be less than 15 reviews. I don't recall, but I would guess that it is probably less than 15 reviews, if even that. It might be less than 10. Like, it just barely has any reviews. And if it had gotten its own boxed paid version, which they promoted the heck out of, and it was, especially if it was a day one PSVR 2 launch game, and instead of calling it just GT7, you know, whatever, instead of just calling it like literally GT7 and then it being an update, if it had gotten its own boxed version for, let's say, like $30, $29.99, and then they called it GT7 VR or GT VR, it would have garnered a lot more attention. And the fact that it's so well done would have gotten more hype. And the fact that you had to pay $30 for it would have been overlooked. It would have been overlooked, and people would have said, well, it's so good. And it's not like I would want that just because I want Sony to make money. No. I would want that because I want the game to get more review scores, more attention. Because I want it to be more successful. And I want it to get, the more successful it'll be, the more support it'll get. The more support it gets, the more free DLC it'll get. The more free DLC that it gets, you know, the more players that it'll drive in as a result, and so on and so on. And the more successful GT7 is, the bigger the budget GT8 is going to have, and the more successful Gran Turismo is, the more successful Polyphony will be, meaning the team might be able to grow. You never know. Maybe the team could grow to the point where they're a multi-game studio. Maybe they could grow to the point where they start producing an arcade racing game. So you never know. So these are all things, or a full-time VR studio as well. Maybe they could grow to have 100 extra employees, and they will develop full-time in regular and VR. Instead of being 200 and something employees, which I think that's what they were last I checked. They're probably more now. Maybe they could be 350, 375, almost 400 employees, and they can fully develop for VR simultaneously. Or maybe they probably actually have VR equipment in their studio. Or maybe they could have, you know, a VR section to their actual studio, so they, you know, can always be simultaneously working on VR, which they probably actually already have. Or maybe they can have, you know, a smaller secondary team that is modeling an arcade racing game, because they actually started out doing arcade racers in the early 2000s. They did an arcade racing game before they did Gran Turismo. You know, they love racing games, even arcade. Sony needs a secondary racer, man. They absolutely need a secondary racer, and they tried to do it multiple fucking times. They tried to do it with Drive Club. Evolution Studios was their arcade racing developer. They tried to do it with Drive Club as their secondary racer, their arcade racer, and I thought Drive Club was amazing, but Sony completely mismanaged it and let it flop. And Evolution Studios got cut, so Sony's arcade racing developer got cut because of it. They tried to do it with MotorStorm, Evolution Studios again, before Drive Club, and I thought MotorStorm was amazing. It just never quite got the love it deserved from the sales. I thought the original MotorStorm, when it first came out on PS3, for its time, was one of the best looking racing games of all time. MotorStorm, yeah, maybe it didn't look as good as the footage they showed when the game was first announced. But when MotorStorm first came out, I think 2007, when it came out day one on PS3, that game was an absolute showstopper. It was freaking gorgeous. And besides the fact that it was so gorgeous, the impressive parts were the technical stuff, with like the dirt and the mud flying up and the particle effects and just how muddy and dirty that it felt. And even the physics were really good for the time. It was just really fucking impressive, man. The first MotorStorm game and Apocalypse, to me, were really enjoyable games. And I know people really like Pacific Drift and all that. I never really played that one much, but the first MotorStorm, to me, was a truly fantastic game. I thought that was really, truly a great game. It was bare bones a little bit in like the modes and the number of vehicles and stuff like that. And like the customization stuff was pretty bare bones. But the basic stuff they nailed. As far as the actual racing, the visuals, the track layouts, the visual effects, the animation, the physics, I thought all that was fantastic. The game was gorgeous. The track layouts were simple but good. They even had like shortcuts and stuff. The visual effects with the dirt and the mud and the physics for an arcade racer from 07, really fucking good. The bare bones of that original MotorStorm were so impressive, and it was so good looking for 2007. That game was just a real blast. For 2007, that game was innovative, and it was definitely something that was needed. It was a real badass dirt fucking racer with AAA production value. That was high-end AAA production. And then it seemed like the production maybe took a little bit of a dip on the subsequent games. Perhaps because the original MotorStorm did not sell what they had hoped. But it seemed like the games weren't quite as AAA visually show-stopping after that. But I will say, MotorStorm Apocalypse was really fun. MotorStorm Apocalypse was really fun. It was bundled in, I think, with the 3D TV deal that I got. I had the little PlayStation 3D TV. It was like a 32-inch 3D TV, and they bundled in MotorStorm Apocalypse. And Sony was pushing the 3D stuff, and I got the whole thing for like 180 bucks, I think. And it was so worth it. I had so much fun with some of the 3D stuff, which was more than a gimmick. It was not a gimmick because it actually worked and it was fun. Playing MotorStorm Apocalypse in 3D, playing Killzone 3 in 3D, and even a game that wasn't tuned for 3D all that well was still fun in 3D because of the atmosphere. Assassin's Creed 3. Assassin's Creed 3 was probably one of the worst examples of 3D that I played for PS3. But I love Assassin's Creed 3, even though most people don't. And the atmosphere and setting for the game were so knockout. Like running in the snow in the the U.S. Outlands. I forget what they called it. But like running in the snowy sections, like in the frontier, like the frontier sections of Assassin's Creed 3, where it was all snowy and shit. Like at nighttime in the snow in 3D. In like Boston with like the pigs and stuff and the markets, like it was just fun playing that game in 3D, even though it was not great 3D. And then Killzone 3 to me was probably the second best looking game in VR. MotorStorm Apocalypse I think was the best, but Killzone 3 was really fun in VR. It had some issues in VR, like some technical issues, but as far as the potency of the VR of the 3D, it really popped. Killzone 3 maybe was the game that popped the most. It really popped. It had some visual anomalies, some kind of issues with like some artifacting and stuff, I think. Some like lines and some outlining stuff. But man, it fucking popped. The reason why I had that is probably because I really pushed it to pop. Guerrilla are just such visual experts. They're good at making things pop, and they made Killzone 3 really pop in 3D. That was fun to play in 3D. And then of course MotorStorm Apocalypse was just amazing. So amazing to play in 3D. It was really fun. The real problem with 3D at the time was that it was dark. It would make things darker. You'd have to really up the brightness in the game. It would almost always make it darker. But especially when Assassin's Creed 3, it would make it so dark. But man, it was so much more fucking immersive. It was just really fun. It was fun to experiment with it and play. I would play large chunks of the game in 3D. And MotorStorm Apocalypse, I don't know if I enjoyed the game so much because of the 3D. If it was a byproduct of the 3D, or a byproduct of me enjoying the 3D, is because the game was so fun. That was a real junk food game, though. That was not a high quality AAA, big time production, stunning visuals, deep fucking game. It wasn't. I would say the first MotorStorm game was actually way more impressive as far as visually for its time, as far as production and technical aspects, and even as far as the racing is concerned. Whereas MotorStorm Apocalypse was even more arcade, even more junk food. They just pushed the arcade junk food aspect to the max. And it did not have much depth. But as far as dumb fun is concerned, that game was really fun. That was really enjoyable. I think it got like a 76 Metacritic, 78, something like that. Not a great score, but not a bad score. It's about what it probably deserved. Just for the sheer level, the level evolution, like, and destruction, how it would create new pathways, like the level, like, destroying and blowing up and the earthquakes or whatever would create new pathways, and they would create new alternate routes and stuff. And it was very arcade, very almost immature, but it was fun, man. It was dumb fun. It was a really full-blown arcade style racer. And it was fun, but it was really fun. The destruction of the freaking racetrack was actually a really smart method. It was a really smart method to create new pathways, shortcuts, new areas. And then the 3D aspect was just so dope. Every time there was an explosion and there was particle or visual effects, seeing the visual effects in 3D were awesome. I remember a lot of exploding things and almost like confetti. It almost looked like confetti. And those like little pieces of confetti, they looked like they were self-lit. Like almost like in Infamous Second Son, where it was really impressive because you hadn't seen a lot of games where the particle effects were all self-lit. So they all had their own lighting. And it really emphasized the particle effects. It almost seemed like they were self-lit in Motorstorm Apocalypse, and then they were in 3D. And it really seemed like the particle or visual effects were like really pushed in 3D even more. So when you see like something explode and you see the rubble and stuff floating in the air, like it would really be highly in 3D. Like they must have outlined it extra so it would show up a lot in 3D. And it seemed like the visual effects were really pushed in 3D. And that game was fun as hell to play in 3D. Really fucking fun. I really enjoyed the original MotorStorm and MotorStorm Apocalypse. And I absolutely loved Drive Club. I loved the games that Evolution Studios made, and it was really disappointing when Sony let them go. Because part of the reason Sony let them go is that Drive Club was a failure, and the main reason Drive Club was a failure is because Sony mismanaged it. They released the game way too early before it was finished, before it had weather and servers that were working. So it got bad review scores and never sold as much as it probably should have, because the review scores sucked, and because the servers didn't work for at least a month. So everyone who was playing and experiencing the game the first month were not going to experience the game as it was. You weren't even going to be able to make a club. You weren't even going to be able to make challenges and race with your friends and make challenges to your friends and see your point tallies and do all that Project Gotham stuff. Like, you weren't even going to understand the point of the game. Everybody that played in the first month, basically, might have worked for like less than a week, but basically the first month and a half, pretty much everybody who played the game was not going to get to experience the game as it was meant to be. Like, if you're playing Drive Club offline, it's almost pointless to play. The entire point of that game is to create a club, to create club challenges, to beat other teams, other clubs' challenges, to grind as many points as you can, to have more points for your club, to see where your club ranks in points and challenges worldwide, to grind to get your club to a higher ranking worldwide, to see how you and your club rank against your friends against other people, nationally, internationally, to beat developer challenges. The developers would set race challenges or drift challenges or club challenges to see what tier your club is in, different tiers, different club tiers, different groups. That's the whole point of the game. To redesign your club logo, to redesign your club paint job, post that online so then all the other people in your club now, that's the new paint job and logo that they use. Like to post your fastest time on a certain track and then not even intend on doing it as a challenge. But this is the cool thing about the game. You can just race a fucking track. You race a track like regular, do your best, and then let's say you get a personal best time, a really good time. Let's say you get a top 100 time in the world, which I did that many times. I would very often get top 150, top 100 times in the world, at least for a period of time. I don't know if they still hold up now. Granted, they probably don't because the servers are probably off. There are probably no times anymore. But I would very often get top 150s, shit like that. And to me, that was fun. Re-racing, learning, mastering a track, getting top 100, top 150, top 200, top 500, top 1,000 in the world.
3 keys to
Top 50, I would even get
a
sometimes.
schedule for a journey not
To me, that was very fun. It was a very skill-heavy game.
I don't know what you're on about.
The now useless items passed to you by those in my employ. I do hope
To
you
me,
have
it was a
alternative
very
plans.
skill-heavy game, even though it was an arcade
I only
racer,
had
Drive
one
Club.
key.
That's what separated it from Forza Horizon and Need for Speed and the old Dirt game, like Dirt 4 and shit like that. Dirt 5. That's what separated it, is that while yes, it wasn't a simulation, while the driving wasn't exactly simulation style, while it didn't have a lot of tuning and tweaking like you would see in a simulator, it was very skill heavy. It was a game where I consider, when I'm considering more of a simulation or more of an arcade game, I consider almost 100% the racing, the driving, and the skill requirement. How the cars feel, how different the cars feel, how unique the cars feel, how the cars feel in general, how much skill it takes, how much skill it takes to master the tracks, to master the cars, things like that. And in Drive Club, there was a lot of that. So I would re-race the tracks and try to get the best times I could in the world. And there was a lot of learning the cars, learning the tracks, learning the best routes and the best strategies on tracks, and trying to master it. Just stuff I don't see in Forza Horizon and Need for Speed or other arcade racing games. Just stuff I don't see. And even if you were to do that, it wouldn't feel the same. Like if you race the same track in Forza Horizon 5 over and over again, yeah, you'd improve in it. But I don't think your skill acquisition would come massively. Like, I don't think you would get that much better, and I think there would be a certain threshold. Like, I don't think you would improve that much. All the time I've played that game, maybe 20 hours, 14 to 20 hours. I don't think I ever really improved in it that much. I don't think I got that much better at the game. Whereas something like Drive Club, the more I fucking played, the better I got. Like, there was huge skill acquisition. And that to me is what made it somewhat simcade. More simcade than Forza Horizon and Need for Speed. Need for Speed and Forza Horizon, it's like, you play those games, you get incrementally better. Incrementally better. There's not massive skill acquisition. There's not a massive learning curve. And even though it wasn't super realistic with Drive Club, it was like, as far as the difference between Drive Club and Need for Speed and Forza Horizons racing is, even though none of them are very sim or very realistic as far as racing, I still feel like the Drive Club was much more of a skill-based simulation than those games. And that's what's the fun thing about it, is like you just race a fucking track, race a normal track with no intentions to make a challenge, and you'd get your best time you've ever gotten in it, and then you could automatically after that create a challenge out of it. You could create a challenge after any race that you did. You know, even if you're just in solo, just grinding points and just finishing the single player campaign, or just grinding points for your club. You know, if you ran a great race just on a whim, you have an option at the end of that race to go post the challenge. So that was the cool thing, man. You fucking, it's not like you would have to go to, click on the challenge menu and then race the race and then issue the challenge after that, after meaning to do it and seeing what time you got. No, because then you'd probably be under more pressure knowing you're having to set a challenge time for the world or for competitors or even for your team. No, it's like anything you do in the game, any drift track, any bike track, any race track, after you complete the track, you have the option of posting a challenge out of that, or posting an event, or posting a challenge, or a time trial for it. So it's like, you know, you just randomly post your best time on a track, and you can just hit challenge and create the parameters for the challenge. And the cool thing about the challenges is you could have it be open to as many fucking people as you want. It was so smart. You could have it be unlimited. You could have it be open to a small number of people, 10 people, whatever. And then you could have it open to the public. You could have it open to the public, and you could send it to specific clubs, to specific people. You could send the challenge to the developers of the game, or you could have it be a closed challenge and only send it to specific clubs or people. You could literally send the challenge to yourself and challenge your teammates. And the coolest thing about the challenges is the number of people who try the challenge, the more points you get, but the number of people who can't beat your time in the challenge, who try the challenge and cannot beat your time in it, you get more points. So if a lot of people beat your time in the challenge, you won't get as many points, though you still get some points just for the sheer number of people playing it. But you get even more points if people race the challenge and cannot beat your time. So if you have an open challenge and like 1,000 people fucking try it, which unlikely you would have that many people try it. Let's say you have an open challenge and 1,000 people try it, and let's say only one person beats your score and 999 other people do not. You know, you're going to get a shit ton of points because you then beat like 999 people. Or if nobody beats your score, even better. If nobody beats your score, you're going to get a shit ton of fucking points. But even if you do a challenge and everybody beats your score, I think you'll still get some points, but just not a lot. But that was the cool and fucking fun thing about the challenges. It was like, when you get a personal best, get a PR, personal record, a really good time on a fucking track, or a good score on a drift, or whatever, some good score on a race or time trial, and you'd post it, you know, you'd be really confident that no one's going to beat the score, or that not a lot of people are going to beat the score. You'd be very, very confident. So then you'd want to send it out to as many people as possible. And it'd be fun. You'd go back and you'd check every hour, every few hours, every couple days. And that's the cool thing too, is you put parameters on how long you want the challenge out for. You can have the challenge out for, I think, up to like a week. You can have the challenge out for less than a day. You can have the challenge out, I think, for like as little as an hour. You know, you could have it out for a few hours, a few days, a couple of days, a day. It was cool, man. And it was like, the longer you had the challenge out for, the better in terms of the more people are going to do the challenge. So, you know, the more potential that you'll have more people, that you'll be beating more people in it and getting more scores. But then the longer it's out for, the more people that could potentially beat you in it. And the longer the challenge is out for, and if someone sees that no one has beaten you yet, they're going to have more motive to beat you. Because if you do a challenge that a lot of people have tried and not beaten, and then you place number 1 and you beat that time in the challenge, you'll get a lot of points for your club. You'll get a bunch of club points. So people will be motivated, because the more people that try someone's challenge and don't beat it, the higher the reward is for the person that can beat it. Just like the higher the reward is for the person that issued the challenge, when the more people who try it and don't beat it, the more points that you'll get. So if you issue a challenge and you've got like hundreds of people who tried it and did not beat it, and you put like a day parameter or whatever, and it's been like 23 hours, you're going to keep checking that last hour and be like, I hope nobody beats it, because then you'll get a shit ton of points. And it's just a really fun thing. And then you'll go ahead and you'll look for challenges, you know, that are almost done. Challenges that only have like an hour left or 10 minutes left that no one's beaten. And if it's a score you think you can get, or a time that's attainable, or a drift points that you think you can get, you know, you'll try to beat it. And there's no penalty for trying it and not beating it. You'll still get some points, I think. But it was just such a cool system, man, because it took your skill and it put it up against other people, and it got your points rewarded for it. And it was like, it was a really cool system. And you could scour the servers, you know, for certain challenges, and see what tracks you were good at specifically, and see if there are any challenges in those tracks, and see if you think you can beat that challenge. And it's just really cool. And then if you do beat that challenge, you know, it has your club's name next to it, so it promotes your fucking club, and then your club, you get points and your club gets points. And it's just it was such a cool fucking thing. The whole point system was highly enjoyable and like motivating. It was such a smart and fun fucking system. The way they did the challenges, and it was so smart, man. It was such a smart fucking system. I've never seen a racing game do it like that, ever. It was so smart. Like, it wasn't just like, oh, let's just do multiplayer, let's just do time trials, or let's just send a time trial challenge to someone. Nah, man, it was like you were sending open challenges out to the world, or to other clubs. You know, specifically, you could control it. And it was like, you would get fucking points for how many people try and fail. You get points if you were the only one that tried someone else's challenge and beat it, like, or whatever place. And even if you didn't beat someone else's challenge, let's say it was like a developer challenge that the developer put it out there, so they're gonna get like hundreds, maybe even thousands maybe even like possibly thousands of people who try it. So it's like, even if you don't beat it, because it's probably going to be a really hard score or time to beat, it's cool to see, like, just like a leaderboard, if you can place top 10, top 5, top 3. You know, you'll get a bunch of club points. Your personal scores will go up, and you'll also get recognition for yourself and for your club. Your club name will be up there, and it'll show your club symbol up there. And I was the one who created my own club. I believe it was Hell on Wheels, which is what I created for both Drive Club and Drive Club VR. We called ourselves Hell on Wheels. We had almost like a German symbol, where like the German symbol is that black symbol with the eagle. It's like white, yellow, and black, and it's got the eagle. Well, my dad was big into Germany, German stamp dealer. So that's kind of what I adopted. We adopted the German colors. Kind of a variation of the German flag almost. That was our kind of symbol. Not because I was a Nazi or anything, but it was just cool, and the colors actually looked cool. Then I ended up making it black, red, and white, I think.
Darling,
I changed it up, but
again.
it was cool, man, and I was really proud of the symbol I made.
Maker, however shall I endure this horror?
Our symbol design, which you could really alter. There were so many different ways you could alter it, and everyone's pretty much like different unless they chose default. And it was just really cool to see your symbol up there and see your cars designed with that badge, that symbol, and then you could design the paint job for your cars. So everyone in your club had to, everyone in your club, when they would race their cars would have your paint job. They would have your badge, your symbol, your paint job. And if you're the club owner, which I was, it was cool that I was the one that designed all that. And I know all the other people in my club, racing other people and representing my club and doing challenges or showing replays, are all representing my badge, my symbol, my paint job, my cool fucking name, Hell on Wheels. And it'll show when they look up our club, it'll show that I'm the owner. And I always thought that was so freaking cool. And that was such a motivating thing. I always loved that, man. And that's just part of what made Drive Club so freaking awesome. Because it's gotta be beyond just the racing. Of course. Whereas Gran Turismo 7 is the master of that. At the racing. They're the master at the racing and how the cars look, how the cars feel, and the cars handle. They haven't always been great at the other stuff, but Drive Club was great at the other stuff as well. The cars felt very distinct and were awesome, and the racing required skill, and it was not quite simulation, but it was skillful and still very fun. But they were so good at the other stuff. It was so good. Like, that's what always made me love Drive Club. Such a legendary fucking game that will go down in infamy as a failure because it failed ultimately. But that's a game that outsiders will always look at as saying Sony and a failure, and it got bad review scores. Xbox fans and non-Sony fans will always look at that game and say that was a total failure by Sony. The Sony fans, Evolution Studios fans, and true racing fans who played it will always look at that game and say the game that never was. The great racing franchise that never was allowed to be. Like, the great racing game that was never allowed to flourish. Like, it was a game that eventually did turn into a great racer. Once the servers were fixed, once the weather update was added, once a lot of the free DLC was put in and the paid DLC, once a lot of the tuning and update options were put in, once a lot of the things were fixed and improved, you know, at least a year into the game, and then about 2 years into the game, it was now a fantastic, fully packed, content-heavy, amazing online co-op multiplayer racer. About 2 years after it launched, it was very good. About even 6 months after it launched, and that's about when it got the weather update. It was very good, but about 2 years after the game launched is when the game was really great. It came out 2015, I think. So we're talking about 2017. By about 2017, the game was, maybe it was 2014. I think, yeah, the game came out 2014, I think. So we're talking maybe by about 2016, the game was just phenomenal. Drive Club was absolutely fucking phenomenal. I remember the paint job modifier. It was so good. It was so good. You could create such awesome paint jobs. I remember there was a whole like Twitter account, I think, dedicated just to Drive Club screenshots and photo modes, and I belonged to it for a while, and I would get some shots picked. And I remember during Christmas time, we would post Christmas themed paint jobs that we created. I remember I made some of my cars, I give them different candy cane paint jobs, different present paint jobs where I dress the car up like a candy cane in different ways. I dress the car up like a present, like it was wrapped in a present, like green wrapping paper with red bow and red and like shit like that. It was fucking dope. It was so fun. The game was so fucking good. So fucking good. And I think visually it was the best looking racing game of all time for its time. Yeah, I think Gran Turismo 7 is probably better looking now because it's so many years later. Forza probably is better looking now because it's so many years later. But for its time, 2014, 2015, 2016, I think it was probably the best looking racing game. Once GT Sport came out, it probably ultimately was better looking. Just nicked it out a little bit. Also, Sport was a 60 frames game, which is big comparatively, but and Sport, you know, had the great lighting, had the HDR and all that. But man, for its time, 2014, 2015, Drive Club was an absolute visual stunner. Its lighting engine for the time was incredible. Even the clouds looked great. They weren't just painted clouds, they were volumetric. Drive Club, I believe, had real volumetric clouds, which is rare for a racing game. Typically, racing games have painted skies.
Very well.
Drive Club, I believe, had volumetric clouds, just like Horizon Zero Dawn and Forbidden West. It had a really nice fucking lighting system. I forget what they were using for the lighting system in Drive Club, but I remember hearing for 2014 at least, it was pretty impressive. I know that GT Sport used their own version of like proprietary ray tracing, software-based ray tracing, and their HDR. They did something special with the HDR. GT Sport had really great HDR. For GT Sport in 2016, it had the most impressive HDR. Yes, Horizon Zero Dawn had great HDR. That was 2017, I think. But I think the HDR was actually better in GT Sport, whereas the HDR in Horizon Zero Dawn was more impressive looking because it popped more. I think the HDR in GT Sport was better first time because of the subtleties. It really popped, but it had subtleties, and it really dramatically improved the game, and the colors looked deeper, and it was very impressive. I don't think GT Sport got enough credit for the visual quality. The game was visually stunning for the time. Very, very visually stunning. That's the one thing you really noticed about GT Sport when you played it. Was, yeah, the game was bare bones, but man, it looked pretty. It looks fucking pretty. That's the one thing that
Fighting has
sucks.
been heaviest here.
That doesn't suck, but that's why I think people accuse GT7 of being bad visually, even though it's still the best looking racing game on console. I think unquestionably better looking than Forza Horizon 5. Because I value the lighting and I value the car models, physics and stuff too, but I value how good the cars look and how good the lighting is, and Gran Turismo 7 has better lighting and cars than Forza Horizon 5. I would even go as far as to say Gran Turismo Sport has better lighting and cars than Forza Horizon 5. I really would. Forza Horizon 5 has good cars, good lighting. Gran Turismo 7 has the best cars, car models, and lighting in the business, in my opinion. Sure, some of the foliage and the trees and some of the surroundings, some of the environments don't look as good, but that's just gonna be the difference, is environment versus cars. In a racing game, I gotta go with cars over everything. That's just my opinion, but cars, I think, are more important in a game that's about freaking cars. That's the thing I don't understand about GT7, is how people can call that an ugly game. I just don't get it. To me, that was like propaganda. That was like a campaign of bullshit. An absolute campaign of bullshit, smear campaign for people who didn't play it. Or people who played the game on PS4 spreading lies. Like, I guess I can understand maybe if you play the game on PS4. Otherwise, I just don't understand. If you played the game on PS5, and you have a proper TV, 4K TV, any 4K TV, and you play the game on PS5, it should be spectacular looking. I don't give a fuck if some of the trees are inconsistent and don't look good. It's like, the cars alone should make up for that. The cars, the exteriors, and the interiors. And that's the thing too. Not a lot of people mention the interiors. That's the thing about these Sony fucking racers. The Drive Club had such I think Drive Club might have had better looking interiors than Forza Horizon 5. We're talking a 2014 game. The interiors in Drive Club for its time, for 2014, were so good. Which, assuming Drive Club was 2014, I can't remember if it was 2014 or 2015. I keep thinking it was like October of 2014. I keep thinking October of 2014. Maybe it was October 2015. But regardless, man, the interiors were really good, and more so than that in Drive Club, I still have never played a game, even though it's really fun playing in first-person mode, behind the wheel mode, with behind the wheel view in Gran Turismo 7. It's very fun, and in Sport it was fun as well. The most fun behind the wheel view driving ever in a racing game I've had was in Drive Club. For whatever reason, playing in the cockpit view behind the wheel in Drive Club, for whatever reason, was just more fun. It felt better. It felt, I don't know, more real, just more visceral. It just felt more ballsy. It just felt more satisfying to play behind the wheel in Drive Club, to play in cockpit view. It just was really fun to play in cockpit view in Drive Club. I don't know why. And the interiors looked so good, and that is something that people completely ignore in GT7 even. How good the fucking interiors look. The interiors of cars. They look so fucking good in GT7. They look so much better in GT7 than Forza Horizon 5. And I've done my own screenshot comparisons. The interiors, they look, I don't even want to say they look good in Forza. Compared to the rest of the game, they're average. Some of the interiors look good, but overall the interiors in Forza Horizon 5 are disappointing. They really are. They're disappointing. A lot of the stuff is flat, or at least more flat than it should be. Just not quite as detailed as you would expect. A lot of the stuff, even the textures, don't seem very distinguished or very good. Compared to what they should be. Like, it's kind of shitty. Like, you look at the interior of a BMW M3, like a 1986 or something, like 1980s, mid-1980s BMW M3.
Thank you.
And it looks terrible in Forza Horizon 5. It looks fucking terrible. That same interior in GT7 looks good. Looks solid. And now it's not a car with a great looking interior, but still, the interiors in Forza look like shit. Compared to the rest of the game. Compared to the exteriors. Nobody fucking mentions that. And they don't feel that great to drive from cockpit view either in Forza. Which, it's kind of baffling to me. It's like, they don't feel that great to drive. I don't know. Maybe I'm just biased.
You all right, sir?
Long day. I suppose you're right. Make a view with
Wow, I went on a half asleep bender for like an hour. Good thing nobody listens to my streams anyway. I got pretty much woken up by housekeeping. I was on like a half asleep fucking bender for like a fucking hour. Good thing nobody listens to me. I'm gonna eat and actually play something, no?
Could be better.
I have something for your silly group, Sarah dear.
Right, I bet you have plenty.
A simple note for your Red Jenny associates. I believe it may point to anonymous holdings of one Lord Samarath.
I know him. Pisshead's hard as ice with his people.
Indeed. It would be a shame if his involvement in certain activities was revealed. His position at court weakened.
So we hurt a real prick, but you swoop in. We help people, but it helps you more. Arrgh.
Try not to cry openly, dear. It's ever so demeaning.
everybody keeps telling me, probably not my kidneys. Kidney functions were just a little bit off in the level. If there was anything that was that extreme, it would have referred me to a doctor. Okay. If it's not that, if it's just something I'm fucking taking, did you change your diet, your supplements? Yeah, I did a month ago. Oh, that coincides with your symptoms. It's been about the past month. Yeah, it's been going on for more than that, but specifically, it's been more significant the past month. Okay, if it's the new supplements I'm taking, then I'll ease up on those. Stop taking them for a few days and see. If not, my testosterone's gonna fucking fall through the toilet. It's gonna fucking plummet. Whatever, I'll see. Everybody keeps fucking telling me like I'm crazy. Like, oh, I lost 11 pounds in the past 30 days. And when I tell her that, she's like, what did you say, you lost 30 pounds in the past 30? No, if I lost 30 pounds in 30 days, someone who is not obese, that would be a fucking problem. Someone who is below 205 pounds, who started out below 205 pounds, yeah, if I lost 30 pounds in 30 fucking days without chopping my leg off, that would be a problem. No, it wasn't 30 pounds in 30 days. It was 11 pounds in 30 days, which is a fucking lot, considering I'm eating probably on average over 3,000 calories a day. Considering on average I'm eating at least, I'm eating multiple hundreds more calories per day than my maintenance calories, according to the calorie calculator that I fucking put in. Literally calculated this with my age, my weight, my activity level, my sex, my height, my goals. Calculated all of this. And I've been eating well above my fucking maintenance calories. I've been strength training to gain muscle. I've been doing all this shit appropriately, particularly the last few days, and I have continued to lose weight. So what the fuck, man? Oh, the boost bar can give you dry mouth. And I said to her, can the boost bar completely dehydrate you to a point where it's like dangerous and concerning? No. It's just it'll give you a dry mouth. Okay, there's a difference between dry mouth and, oh, by the way, I'm drinking so much water, I have to wake up multiple times in the middle of the night to fucking piss, because I have a belly full of piss, and a mouth that's so dry, it feels like fucking sandpaper. And I'm so dehydrated, I'm weak and have fucking headaches, even though I have a belly full of fucking piss, because I'm drinking so much. I don't think Boost Bar can do that. Everyone's acting like I'm fucking crazy. And what the fuck is wrong with me? Everybody's acting like I'm crazy, or they don't care, or, oh, I appreciate my brother a lot, but he's just like, oh, maybe you're eating too much salt for a day. I thought, oh, okay, good, that's it. That's gotta be it then, because I use fucking spices instead of calorie imbued supplements, condiments. Instead of condiments like butter, margarine, mayonnaise that have calories, I use spices that don't have calories. So I use a lot of them. So I was like, okay, I probably am using too much fucking spice. Probably using too much salt. I'm using that to make up for the fact that I'm not using fatty condiments or sugary condiments. And it's like, okay, so cut back on the salt. It's not really doing anything. And could I really have been eating so much salt that it was fucking dehydrating me to the point where I have diarrhea every day? To be dehydrated to the point of having diarrhea is something I've never done naturally. I've never had that in the past, to my knowledge. I've been dehydrated. But every single day I shit. Sometimes twice a day. And the fact that I'm on an opioid that should be constipating me, a relatively high dose of opioid, legally prescribed, that should be constipating me and suppressing my bowels, and the fact that I'm basically having diarrhea, not straight diarrhea, but soft stool every single day. Soft stool every day, sometimes twice a day. Every day I have one or two bowel movements, and it is always soft, always. If I was not on an opioid, it would probably be straight diarrhea. I'm probably the only thing that's keeping it from being that. Unless I'm fucking allergic to something, and the diarrhea, or almost diarrhea, is what's causing the dehydration. Otherwise, I would think it's the dehydration causing the diarrhea. I don't know what's going on. I just want to stop fucking losing weight. That's it. The one thing I can control, I can't control. How much muscle I have. I can't control it anymore. The one thing I could always fucking control.
They'll never really like you, Vivi.
Sarah dear, whatever
Especially
has
now.
my scattered mind conjured now?
The knobs in Orlais.
Especially now.
They barely like their
I'm
own.
gonna be poor, I'm
And
gonna be a
you're amazing.
loser, I'm gonna be
Your
here.
failing, among many,
I could at least
is
be
that you
strong
presume I
and
desire
muscular,
approval.
formidable.
Power does not require that
I'm not gonna be
like
naturally fucking
Well,
handsome.
halfway there then.
You know, I'm gonna have fucking hair that's so hard to manage and maintain and do fucking anything with. I couldn't have just been born with straight fucking hair. Just straight hair that I could like grow out and wear fucking cool. Straight fucking hair that I could just grow fucking long and rock long, shaggy. I don't give a fuck what I do. Cool hair. No. It's gotta be like Jufro fucking curly-ish fucking, but not so curly that it's like cool, like fucking wiry, curly. When I wash it, it gets like wiry, frizzy, and I have to fucking wash my hair every single day because I'm in a fucking van with other people 3 days a week. Because I live in a building with other people. Can't stink. A dumb bitch already said I stunk once. I'm like, bro, she stunk. She stunk. I don't know what the fuck she was talking about. I literally just showered. The only thing it could be is she didn't like the fucking body spray that I used. Like, I literally had, or maybe it was my clothes, because I fucking have to wash my clothes myself in the bathtub. But I use detergent. And then I have to fucking dry them on my window, just hang them up on the window thing here. But they're not even getting dried from the outside or anything. They're just drying from the inside. It's the only thing, unless the clothes self-drying like that, it's causing a stale smell. But I was clean as fuck, dude. I had just recently showered, probably within an hour or two. All the clothes I was wearing, I had washed. Unless they had, like, they dried and had a mildew smell. Air drying. I always fucking put deodorant on every single day. And I put body spray on. Where did I stink? Like, you never fucking told me. Stink how? In what way? Like, what the fuck, bro? I wash my clothes more than she does. And she gets money from her mommy so she can wash them and look at the fucking laundry machine too. I probably shower twice as much as she does. What the fuck is she talking about? She stunk. The first night she fucking came over, or wasn't even night. The morning that she tracked me down after meeting her, the first night, I came up to my fucking room, sat in my fucking bed. It smelled funky. The pillow smelled funky. She got black hair. She got black freaking fucking hair. Wow, she said I stunk. What the fuck is she talking about, bro? I just probably sound like stunk like what, dude? I know I've stunk in the past when my water wasn't working or I didn't fucking shower or didn't wash my clothes, but I literally shower once or twice a fucking day. I always put on deodorant. Put body spray on after that. The only thing I can't completely control is how great my clothes are washed or dried. And I hand wash them like a motherfucker. But you can probably only get them so clean and hand wash them. And then drying them, yeah, I had a lot of Mire dry. It's probably not the best, but it's the best I can fucking do. At least I'm fucking doing it. I always thought to myself, what if I didn't wash my fucking clothes? There are so many other people here, drug addicts and shit here, and yeah, I'm a former drug addict, yada. But who probably don't wash their clothes, who probably don't shower much, who do wear the same shit all the time, and I wear the same shit all the time, but I always wash the fucking tank top, the socks, the beater, and then I do wash the shorts and the shirt and the hoodie too. I don't wash the hoodie as much as I did because I'm not hanging out with people now. But when I fucking was, I would wash the fucking hoodie at least every week, and that was just something I put on over. I would wash my clothes probably every 2 or 3 days. But I wouldn't wear the same. I would change my socks and underwear every fucking day. Like, what the fuck is she? A fucking like a dog with like a bloodhound? Like literally, it got to the point where I was so fucking self-conscious. That's part of the reason. A minor part of the reason, but part of the reason why I wanted to stop hanging out with her. Because it got to the point where I was so self-conscious that her fucking bloodhound type of smell that literally, if I didn't come straight from the shower with clean clothes on that I had not worn before that day, and then hang out with her right after that, I felt like I couldn't feel comfortable hanging out. It was literally to the point where, oh, she would stop me outside, or I give her a cigarette or something, and she'd want to hang out. And I'd be like, oh, I gotta go eat. And I would eat. But I would really, actually, stealthily go up to my room. I would eat, but I would also take a fucking shower. And then come back. Like, it got to the point where it was uncomfortable, and it was unwanted. The feelings I had when I was with her, that I would have to feel self-conscious. Because somehow she said I stunk. And in a rude fucking way, too. I mean, I don't know how the fuck I could have possibly stunk. When I know in the past I have stunk, like, when I was in West Virginia, my water didn't work and shit like that, because there were fucking reasons for it. I get that. But now, yeah, my room probably stinks. Probably smells like tobacco. And I have some fucking dirty clothes, a bunch of dirty clothes that my ex gave me when she dumped my shit off, that I didn't wash, that I'm probably never going to wear, that I don't know if it's just throw out or not. They're in the fucking corner here, in the hamper. I'm dirty as fuck. So yeah, my room probably doesn't smell good, but we don't have our room. We did that twice. I don't know how I could have stunk. Even to the point where it's like, oh, I had to go out to get cigarettes or something. I was hanging out with her. And I go out and I come back. And I'm self-conscious that, oh, I can't hang out right now. Thinking in my head, I gotta go up to my room, shower, change my clothes. Because I just went and walked like a mile. And now I'm gonna smell sweaty. And I'll even say, like, I go and do that, and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna go up and take a shower. Because I probably smell sweaty. and walking, and she'd be like, yeah, you do smell like sweat. And it's like, bro, what the fuck? A, no class. You have no poop, no fucking class. B, how is your sense of smell that fucking good, but you don't smell yourself? And it's like, what the fuck, dude? I don't want to hang out with someone like that. Someone that's gonna make me feel like shit about myself. And it's like, yo, if you're gonna say that I stunk, then tell me in what facet? In what way? What? Like, I'd hug her, and I'll be like, I can't smell bad. Like, I just showered. She's like, you stink. I literally don't know if she's saying that to be a joke or not, but it's like fucking really frustrating, and it really annoys me. Like, literally had just showered, had on completely clean clothes, and I was like, I have to smell it. And so you stink. It's the stuff you take coming through your pores. Well, no, it's fucking not, dude. And even if it is, even if it fucking is, the medicine I fucking take coming through my pores, it's not like that stuff smells like a stink bomb or a fucking rotten egg or like fucking onions. So what? If it fucking smells like medicine, so what? It's like it smells that fucking bad. Medicine coming through your pores smells that bad. I hate that. I can smell it coming through your pores. Then so fucking what? Then if it is that, and I can't fucking control it, you can smell medicine coming through my pores, then you'll fucking smell a medicine smell. Sorry. It's better than someone who's not washing and smells like fucking onions and shit. And if you can't fucking deal with it, you're gonna say shit because you can smell medicine coming through my pores, which I fucking highly doubt. Then it's not, that's something I can fucking change. That's a very small reason on this world. I stopped hanging out. I don't want to fucking hang out with someone that makes me feel like shit. Sorry. And then not give me any fucking advice. Oh, you stink. I can smell it coming through your pores. Okay, what does it smell like? Does it smell bitter? Does it smell like medicine? Does it smell like fucking onions? Like body odor? Does it like? All you say is you can smell the medicine coming through my pores. Hey. If I fucking showered, it has to wipe that away to a certain degree. B, what does the medicine smell like? What the fuck does it smell? Sweet, bitter? What does it smell like exactly? Because when I smell it, it smells like cherry. It smells like cherry fucking cough medicine. So it smells like cough medicine. That's not really that bad smell. I can deal with that. Better than smelling like shit. So what? Someone has cough medicine basically coming through their pores. So what? I hated that shit. That literally made me self-conscious. Made me not want to hang out. Now that's just a minor reason. Now I don't want to hang out because there's something wrong with my health. Either my kidneys or I'm allergic to something. But I'm losing weight rapidly. I have no confidence now because I'm losing muscle. And I feel weak. Something is wrong with me. So I'm extremely depressed because I'm losing muscle, losing weight, and I feel weak. So I don't want to fucking hang out with anybody. So that's the major thing, but the minor part of that too is that You don't want to hang out with someone that makes you feel like shit. If I was confident and comfortable with her, and I felt like she judged me for me, and liked me for me, and wasn't nervous about being around her, it would be nice to have someone to console me. It would be nice, even though I felt like shit about myself, and I felt weak, and skinny, and like there's something wrong physically and depressed. It would be nice to have someone that will care for me and console me, and someone I wouldn't feel like I have to be impressive around. Someone that wouldn't dig into my insecurities. Literally, she told me skinny. At a time when I'm insecure about the fact that I'm rapidly losing weight because I think there's something wrong with me, the insecurities I have with being skinny anyway, especially with what's going on with my health and my weight, for her to repeatedly call me skinny, it doesn't make me feel good. Just because she's fat. What if I repeatedly call her fat? And even when she was calling me skinny, I was like 203 pounds. I was probably more than that before. I was probably like 206, 207, 208 when I met her. I wasn't that fucking skinny. It's because she's fat.
I
And
suppose
she
it's
probably
worse
weighs like
places.
220.
That's why people stop here, yeah?
Right up. Yeah, a lot of it's in her ass. A lot of it's muscle, but a lot of it's a fat stomach. Got fat stomach. Fat face. Because she's a fat ass. Everybody looks skinny by default. I was not skinny when I fucking met her. Now I feel like I am. And it makes me insecure. And those are fucking minor reasons why I don't want to hang out with her. The major reasons are my health and my self-esteem right now. But those fucking minor reasons are still reasons. Like I said, she's a kind, gentle, reasonable, sweet, loving, tender, sophisticated person. I would feel good about hanging out with her, even when I don't feel good about myself. I would want to have someone that could take care of me emotionally, that could at least be nice to me, talk to me about my issues. Maybe try to help. Oh, did you check this? Or you're eating, or this, or I'll look this up online. Maybe this is a problem. I know this doctor. I'll ask my doctor, or this might be. Or even if they don't do that, just to talk to me and be gentle. I need someone who's gentle and kind. I always felt like I had to be someone. And then it was never good enough. Still, she would call me a junkie. Call me skinny. When I was like 205 fucking pounds. Relatively muscular. Trying to be as healthy as I fucking possibly could. Fucking clean, showering every day, multiple times a day usually. Clean clothes, fucking trimming my hair. Now I'm slacking on that stuff. But I wasn't. I was trying to present the best image I fucking could. And that still wasn't good enough. You would still say, you look like a junkie. You're skinny, you look like a junkie. I'm not gonna have you meet my parents until you're like cleaned up. I'm like, what the fuck, bro? What are you talking about? A, I'm not meeting you. B, like, you just constantly make me feel like shit. Constantly make me feel like shit. Like, you're something fucking special. You're literally like inebriated all the time. You're like a fucking crackhead. You're always high. Illegal shit, but you're always fucking high. You're the fucking junkie. Constantly asking me if I can get pills that I can't get, that I tell you I can't get. But I'm the junkie. The one who's not even asking for, wanting, or currently taking illegal or illicit drugs. The only thing I take is prescribed. I don't go out of my way looking for it, and I don't. The only thing I fucking took was from her. She gave me some Xanax. That's it. That's the only thing I'll fucking take is fucking Xanax. Her being a fucking junkie, of course she gets fucking Xanax. Yeah, she gets them legally, but she also calls up her fucking doctor and gets extra strips because she uses those up. She says she lost the other ones. That's junkie fucking baby. That's junkie baby. I don't know, because I haven't messaged hardly. Probably in a week. And maybe messaged twice, past once or two. She messaged me multiple times. Hey, are you okay? Hey. No, I'm not okay. You don't make me feel better. You're harsh. I can't imagine if I went now, I'm 11 pounds lighter than I was last time we seriously, like, actually really hung out. Other than when I talked to her in the doorway. I'm 11 pounds lighter than a month ago when we were, a little over a month ago when we were still hanging out. 11 pounds lighter. I can't imagine what she would say now. And if she were to say some shit now about me being skinny, that shit would really piss me off. But I'm not even putting myself in that situation. I could shrug it off before because I knew I had some muscle and I knew I didn't look like a fucking junkie. And I knew that I was carrying myself at least decent, but how I could at the time. So I would shrug it off. But now, no, now I feel like a junkie. Now I feel like skinny. Now I feel worthless. It would cut me if she says some shit like that. It would really cut me. I don't want to put myself in that situation. And I don't want to have to fucking demoralize myself. And before we hang out, or when we do hang out, be like, yeah, I know, I'm skinny now, and I look like shit now, and I think there's something wrong with me, I got a problem, or maybe I'm allergic to something, I don't know, but I'm losing weight, and I know. I don't want to have to, like, go into an entire diatribe about how I know I look like shit now, and I know I'm skinny and fucked up now, and so go into a whole thing, so she doesn't have to say it. No, I don't want to have to do that. I don't have to bash myself, so it can hopefully stop her from doing it. I don't want to have to fucking do that. I just want to exist as a human and not have to worry. Honestly, man, even if someone didn't have one feature that I found attractive, if they just had a great personality and they were really sweet and tender, I would love to spend time with them. And there's one feature she has, her ass, that is very nice. That I like. But I didn't really care about that. I'd rather someone had no features that physically that I like. Zero features physically that I like. They were just had a great sweet personality. Just a sweet personality. That's just more important. It's way more important. A sweet, tender fucking personality. Just a soft, fucking gentle person. I haven't had one of those. Probably Heather. I haven't had a gentle fucking person since Heather. And even Heather, she was gentle. I wouldn't say she was like super. She was kind. No, she is kind. She was gentle and kind, but she wasn't super emotional. Like, she wasn't like super cuddly, emotionally caring. But she was a very sweet and kind woman. Still better than that. But I just love someone who's sweet, emotional. I just wish I would stop losing fucking weight. Gaining muscle. I can deal with other shit, man. There's just two things that I can't. Just my mental being okay, making sure I get the medication I need. Two things I can't deal with. Not being able to get the medication I need. And not being able to control my muscle mass. Those are the only two things really that can fucking cripple me. I have to be able to get the medication that I'm taking. And I have to be able to control my muscle mass. I have to be able to work out, eat a lot of protein, and gain muscle like a normal person. I don't know what the fuck is going on. It's never happened in my life. I used to be able to gain muscle so easily. Now I'm losing weight rapidly while eating so much. It's not normal. These are the only two major fucking things. That's so fucking far ahead of myself. Worrying about girlfriends and this and that and the other. That's so far ahead of myself. Now I just mainly care about my fucking health and being able to get my medication. Making sure I can still get my fucking medication consistently. And making sure that my health is okay. That I'm not losing weight rapidly. That I'm fucking not dehydrated, having diarrhea every day. I can like live normally. Just my medication and fucking weight. It's the only two fucking things right now. All the other shit is so secondary. It's kind of like, fuck all that shit. Girlfriend stuff, whatever about that. Facebook, girlfriends, all that shit. Snapchat, I don't care about any of that shit. All I fucking care about is
Our people used to be here.
fucking
Well, you say that everywhere.
It is more true than you want to believe.
I bet, right? Who wants to think about stepping on dead elves?
Elven Emahir.
That's it.
Yeah, you felt that
All
one.
that's important. All that's important. And that's why my fuck, man. That's why my fuck. That's why my veins are always popping. They asked me at the fucking clinic, oh, do you work out? Because when they took blood, my veins were popping. And I played coy, and I was like, I try to, but yeah, I was working out a lot. It didn't happen. No, I don't think it was because I was working out. I think the reason why over the past 6 months, year, my vascularity's been so good in my mind, I thought it was because I was eating a lot of garlic that helped with circulation. No, I kind of get it now. It's because I'm fucking always dehydrated. And when you're dehydrated, your skin is thinner and your veins show more. It's because I'm always dehydrated. That's why. Because I live in dehydration. That's why. That's why even 8 months ago or whatever, on my old scale that did body fat and did hydration percentage still worked, my hydration percentage was fucking low. It was on the low. A guy's hydration or water percentage should be higher than a girl's. And I looked it up, and mine was on the low end of what a woman should be. It was lower than a man. And I was just like, oh, maybe because my testosterone's low or some stupid shit. I wasn't. No, it's because I was fucking dehydrated. Because I've been living in dehydration. Because I've been dehydrated for probably at least a year. That's why my vascularity's been so good. My vascularity's been really good over the past year. Vascularity is always good. It's probably because I'm always fucking dehydrated. Unless I'm wrong on that. I'm pretty sure that when you're dehydrated, your vascularity shows more. Your skin's thinner. Your veins pop more. That bodybuilders dehydrate themselves. It shows the cuts, it shows the vascularity more, thins out the skin. And that's why my fucking veins. They even said 3, 4, 5 months ago to my brother, it's like, yeah, the only thing is my vascularity's been really good. Makes sense now. Fucking makes sense. But why? It's not my kidneys, then why? What else is gonna fucking dehydrate you? Everyone wants to play like it's not. It's something else. It's just in my head. It's something else. It's not that. If your kidney functions were that abnormal, we would have sent you to the doctor. They're just a little bit off. Okay. Then what the fuck? What is it? Rapid fucking weight loss and constant dehydration. What is that? It's not my kidneys. What the fuck else is it? What is it then? Rapid weight loss, constant dehydration. Now I'm drinking a coffee, which is a diuretic. I know that's not good, but I want a coffee. I'm gonna fucking do it. I tried to do everything the fucking right way, and now it's just like, well, what else can I do, man? The only thing I can do now is I'm gonna stop taking or cut way down on the fucking bullshit ass testosterone enhancer that I've been taking, because that's one thing I changed in the past month. With all this bullshit, fenugreek and all this bullshit in it, because I couldn't just find the regular boron shit, even though they said they had it in stock at Walmart. They always say they have it in stock there, and it's fucking never in, and it's half the price. All I'm really looking for is boron anyway. I'm thinking this fucking Muscle Tech Alpha Test shit, which I was like, yeah, it's twice as expensive, but it has the boron and it has all this other stuff that's supposed to help, so at least that. All I've noticed was worse results since I started taking it, so maybe I'm allergic to fucking fenugreek or shellage or fucking tribulus or whatever. I don't know. Maybe I'm allergic to some of that. I don't fucking know. So the only thing I can really change now is stop taking that or take less of it. Maybe I was taking too much multivitamin, too much shit like that. So now I'm taking one pill, one multivitamin a day. I break it in half. Take half in the morning and half at night. So I'm not taking too much at once. Yeah, it's a heavy duty multivitamin. It's a fucking Mega Man 50 plus. It's got boron and a little tiny bit of boron. A lot of shit. I figured that do the best. Got good shit. Maybe I was taking too much multivitamin before. I was probably taking like 2 a day. And I was taking calcium, so that I'm not taking any calcium now. Started taking iron, so my blood platelet count was low. Maybe that's too much. So I cut down on that. I don't know what else to fucking do. What else am I gonna do? I thought maybe I was taking too much creatine. Is there such thing as taking too much creatine? All I wanted to do was just improve. So once I had a few little dollars, I was like, I got creatine, I got the testosterone enhancer, I got iron, I got the really high quality GNC brand Mega Man 50 plus vitamin. I got protein powder. I would have got more ashwagandha. I can't afford it right now, but I would have once I get money. I started taking all this shit because I want to improve, and I've done the opposite since I started taking it. I've just regressed. Something's been wrong. I don't know if something was wrong before that, but it's made it worse. Whatever it is, it's become worse. Is this stuff making me worse? It's taking all this shit, taxing my liver, my kidneys more. Am I allergic to something in the muscle tech pills? Am I allergic to something in the vitamins? Yeah, developed an allergy to something that's in the multivitamin, to a vitamin, maybe, I don't know what's going on. I don't fucking know. Maybe I've just developed an allergy to gluten. Maybe I've developed an allergy to fucking something. Maybe it's the water here. I'm drinking the water here because A, it's hard to afford actual water. B, even if I can, it's hard to carry. I gotta walk like a mile. Half a mile there, half a mile back. Pretty much. Tiny bit left. Maybe 0.4 miles. Almost half a mile there and half a mile back to get to Walmart and carry a bag. So like, what am I supposed to do? Carry gallons of fucking water every other day? It's just really hard to do that. Well, how many months can you go for it? So like, what am I supposed to do? Go there and get... I'd have to go like every 3 days and get like 3 gallons. Or get like a gallon every day. I drink at least like a gallon of water a day. Especially now, we're being so dehydrated, I probably drink at least a gallon of water every day. So I'm gonna really have to walk a mile total with a gallon of water every day, or do it every few days and have 3 gallons of water, logging them back and forth. So I've been drinking the fucking sink water. It's Piscataway, which is, I think, a shithole. Maybe the fucking sink water isn't filtered very well. Maybe there's some bad shit in it. Maybe I'm being poisoned by the fucking city water, sink water, motel water. Maybe there's something in it that's bad. You know, sometimes the water in places isn't filtered properly. Sometimes they get complaints. Sometimes they don't find out until after the fact that the water has been contaminated. Maybe the water is fucking contaminated, and I don't know about it. Maybe people don't know. Maybe there's something in the water that I have an allergy to. Maybe I've developed an allergy to rice, to tuna, fucking eggs, to... I can't say milk because I stopped drinking milk for like a week and nothing changed. I cut down on the fiber. I thought maybe it was the fiber. Too much fiber giving me diarrhea. Cut down on the fucking fiber. I literally bought white bread instead of wheat. Because of course I bought wheat bread because I'm trying to do everything the right way. Of course, never eat white bread. Never. I would never eat white bread normally if I wasn't having these issues. My stool wasn't soft every fucking day. But I switched from wheat bread to fucking white bread. I figured too much fiber. My stool was very soft, almost diarrhea-like. Not quite diarrhea, but almost a mush every fucking day. One step from diarrhea. I'm shitting every day, once or twice a day. Even when I'm not particularly active. switch to fucking white bread. Cut down on oatmeal. I used to eat wheat bread, but barely even eat bread at all. I used to eat oatmeal and rice almost entirely as my carbs. I literally would eat the perfect fucking diet. I eat fucking oatmeal, particularly at night, nighttime oats. I eat fucking rice as my primary carb with my meals. It's like everything the right way. Not junky fucking white bread that just is basically flour. It's basically flour, just straight sugar pretty much. I wouldn't have sugar at all. Now I do have some of the grapefruit. Now I'm eating crappy white bread and shit because I'm trying to fix my body. I'm trying to not eat fiber because my stool's too soft. So I don't know what to do. I'm eating worse now, but trying to eat better, but trying to fix myself. I'm eating more fat now because I'm trying to eat more calories. Because I'm thinking, oh, maybe it's not enough calories. That's why I'm losing weight. It's just not enough calories, maybe. Maybe I've just been losing weight over the past 2 years in general. Because my healthy diet has been healthy, but just not enough calories. So maybe I've just been continuously losing weight. So when I went from 210 to 203 to 203 to 195 to 192, maybe it's just because I've been eating the same diet mostly. And I'm just continuing to lose weight because I'm not getting enough calories. So then what do? I started the calorie calculator, saw what my maintenance calories were.
It is
Which were about
Madame
2,500 to
Vivienne, official
2,700
maid to the Imperial
at
Court.
most.
Yes,
That was
that's what I
being
heard.
generous.
Not the title, the snotty
As
bit.
if I was active.
However shall I
So
recover
I
from
made
your
sure, on
condemnation?
average, I was eating like
Still
2,000,
doing it?
sometimes more
Can
than
you even
2,000.
shut it up?
Getting basically
you,
at
my
least
dear?
2,800 to 3,200 per. Sometimes more, sometimes maybe a little less, but sometimes more. But in general, I was eating more, much more than I made like 3,600, 3,400, 3,500 carbs the other day. I may be in 4,000 the day before that. 3,200, 2,900, 2,800. I'm eating above maintenance, a lot of calories. So I'm eating more fat because I'm trying to hit calorie numbers. I'm literally forcing myself to eat fat at times, eggs with the yolk, peanut butter, because I'm thinking, okay, well I have to hit certain calorie numbers because you need fat to a certain degree. But if I didn't feel like that and I wasn't losing weight like this concerningly, I wouldn't be eating that much fat. I know they say you need 20% of fat a day of your diet, at least 15%. I would probably be eating 10%. I used to eat like maybe 5% of my calories from fat. I would eat maybe like 10, 15 grams of fat a day. Or barely any. I was getting fucking leaner, but now something's fucking wrong. So I was like, okay, I'll do what they say. I'll eat the perfect fucking diet with almost 20% fat. And split the rest between basically carbs and protein. Even though they say your protein should be a little lower, but fuck that. They also, bodybuilders say you should have 1 to 2 grams per body weight. I'm eating about 1.5 grams per body weight. I'm eating up to like 300 grams of protein a day. So I'm 200, which is not even 200, I'm 192 now. But I'm eating anywhere from 220 to 297 grams typically of protein a day. Getting well over a gram per body weight. Getting 40 to 50 grams of fat a day. And hitting about 3,000 calories a day. Sometimes a little less, sometimes more. And at least that's what I was doing until yesterday. And yesterday I just slept in a depressive state. Didn't eat that much, and it was just like, what the fuck? Like, I was just depressed and didn't know what to do. Didn't work out yesterday. Didn't eat much. I was just depressed. And I'm not sure which direction to go today. I don't know if I should just be depressed and not work out, not try, or if I should try, and if I should work out. Probably worked out for like 3 hours the other day. Not yesterday, but the day before. I worked out 2.5 At least 2.5 hours. 2 to 3 hours. Strength training. I walk probably 2 or 3 miles. Strength training probably like 2 hours. Not super heavy weight stuff, but a lot of band stuff, a lot of fun stuff. Stuff that I enjoyed. But it was strength training, man. It wasn't that light either. And biceps, deltoids, some shoulder stuff, a little bit of chest stuff, triceps. Nothing game. I'm not even sore from it. It's weird. And yesterday it was just like I was giving up. And not today. I don't know which direction to go. I should push, keep pushing, and work out. Hope that if I stop taking the muscle tech stuff, maybe that'll be it. Maybe I was allergic to something in the muscle tech. But if I stop taking that, my testosterone's going to go down. Because it's got the boron and shit that I need. And I know that shit helped my testosterone. Because I could tell. Because my libido was way up. My fucking jizz was way up. I even had fucking acne on my chest and my back. Though I wasn't seeing muscle gains because I have fucking diarrhea every day and losing weight. I can tell my testosterone. If I stop taking that shit, my testosterone's gonna drop. And if that doesn't help with my fucking dehydration, diarrhea, losing weight, now it's low testosterone and losing muscle. So that's not good. But I don't know what to do. That's the problem. I stop taking that, my testosterone's gonna drop. But honestly, I'll take that. I'll take lower testosterone right now. A little bit lower testosterone right now. If this dehydration issue goes away, I will. Because I can't gain muscle if I'm dehydrated and losing weight. Before I was taking any supplements, I still was able to have muscle. I was still able to gain muscle. I started taking this shit because I wanted more. I wanted extra. I was greedy and I was paying for it. They would just have the 6-star stuff at Walmart that they claim they're supposed to fucking have in stock when you look it up online. They would just have it there like they claim. I could get that shit, and it doesn't have all that other bullshit. It's just got a few things. Like ginkgo, guarana, or no, rhodiola, ginkgo, like rhodiola, and boron. That's all I really want. And I'm allergic to the whatever the shit is now. A lot of shit. Ridiculous. Fenugreek. Maybe I'm one of those things I'm fucking allergic to. They would just have that fucking 6-star bullshit. I hate it. You go online and it says it's right here in aisle HS or whatever. In aisle H8. Right here. And it's not there. And then I don't know who the fuck to go to complain about it. If every fucking day it says online they have it and it's in this aisle and they fucking never have it there. What is going on? Does somebody buy it all out and sell it to a third party? I honestly think that might be it. It's only like $10, $11 there. I see that shit going for like $21, $18 at like Walgreens. Goes for more online sometimes. I wouldn't be surprised if someone who works there or something literally just buys it out as soon as they get it in stock and then sells it to a third party or something. I've never seen that shit for like $10, $12. And honestly, the next time I go there, I want to pull up the fucking online thing and say, well, every time I look it up, it says you have this in stock. And you never have it. Unless the person who puts the stuff out is so stupid, they're putting the wrong thing out because they're putting a thing of NO Fury from the same company, a bottle that looks almost exactly the same. And they put it in that place. They put it in the place where, I believe, where the stuff is supposed to be. Where the test boosters are supposed to be. Honestly, the people who stock are so dumb. they keep putting the wrong thing out there, then what are they doing with the bottles of the correct stuff? They just never open them, or they think they're just extra stock? Or maybe the person who's ordering the shit just continues to order the wrong thing, or it doubles the order of the other thing and just puts it in its place. Like, I just don't get it. And it pisses me off so much. This is the problem. It's going to save me so much trouble. And the stuff is half the price. Because I can't fucking get boron from anywhere else. Because I can't buy it online. Because I don't have a fucking card. I don't have a card that I can use online. And my brother won't fucking order me any. Just ask them, like, bro, can you just order me something? Order it to the store? Like, I know he's done. He helped me when I came here. He got me a room. And he got me a shirt and pants. Give me a $40 gift card or whatever. And my big stuff. That was nice. It's like, you can't just order me some boron? Like, I'll pay you. Like I said, I can pay you in cash. I just don't have a fucking card. I can't order myself online. Like he showed me, it's like, you get a bottle for like $5. $3. Big ass bottle, boron or something. Instead of paying $20 for this other shit, has all this other crap in it, who knows, maybe it's making me sick. I would just literally have him get like $20 worth of fucking boron supplement. Which would probably be like 1,000 sticks. Pay him the fucking money, man. Literally, like, walk the fucking snow and maybe he won't do it. If you can in the end, I guess, I don't know. And he's done stuff for me already, but fuck, man. I won't fucking do it. Can't find the shit anywhere else. Any other thing, like, just for fucking boron. Expensive as fuck. Any supplement that has it. Nobody sells just a boron supplement anywhere. Nobody. Closest thing you can get, the cheapest thing you can get is $6 bullshit. Which they don't fucking have it at Walmart. And I looked it up at Walgreens and it's like $20 or $18 there. And Walgreens is like 3 miles away. 4 miles away. 2 to 4 miles. Like, stupid fuck. And I don't even know if they would definitely have. Can't fucking order anything. I don't have a damn card. It sucks, man. Nice time to go to fucking Walmart. And you're gonna have to ask them. I don't even know who to ask. Customer service? And they're just gonna tell me like, oh, I'm sorry, I don't know everybody. Like, well, tell me something, because whoever's doing the online thing, whoever's doing the stock, is screwing something up. I've been here for 2 months now. Every day it says you have this in stock online, in this aisle. Every fucking day I look, you do not have this in stock, in this aisle. This is a fucking problem. Either there's incompetence or there's funny business. This is fucking bullshit. Everyone I fucking tell us to ignores it, thinks I'm exaggerating. No. I'm not fucking exaggerating. I appreciate them talking to me, but it's just like, oh, you're not gonna bounce back, you know, right away. It's not about bouncing back. I'm not bouncing back. I'm deteriorating. I'm deteriorating worse than it was when I was less supposedly healthy. When I was living without water, barely eating, in a worse situation. Now I'm eating a lot. I'm getting medicated. I'm seeing a psychiatrist, seeing a doctor. Sort of a doctor. I'm living in good conditions. And I'm fucking getting worse, deteriorated. It's not about bouncing back. It's about, I'm fucking deteriorating. I don't expect to fucking bounce back. I don't expect to react the way I did when I was 20. I don't expect to gain muscles like I'm on fucking steroids, like I'm 20 years old. Like I used to see fucking muscle mass gained every day. No, what I expect is if I eat 3,000 plus calories per day, and I work out 5 days a week, strength training, and I eat over 200 grams of protein a day, and I'm taking testosterone supplements, creatine, multivitamins, I expect to not lose 11 pounds a month, which would probably be way more if I wasn't gorging myself. I expect to not be losing weight and muscle rapidly. It's not about bouncing back. It's not about, oh, the results aren't coming back. No, I'm fucking deteriorating. I'm fading.
Solus, dear,
and I'm
do you
doing
find your magic
everything the right
affected
way.
at all by the fluctuations in the fade?
Or at least I'm trying to do
unexpected,
everything the
given
right
the
way.
energies emanating from the
It's
roots.
not even too much about vanity. It's about self-esteem,
The same.
health, and like survival. First, it was about self-esteem. Now it's about health. Now it's about survival. First, it was just like I'm losing weight, losing muscle. My self-esteem is going down. I have a real problem with being skinny and not having muscle. So I was skinny growing up, so it's a real psychosomatic fucking thing with me. Then it was about health. Now it's about survival. Like, I don't feel good. So it's about self-esteem, health, and survival. Like, self-esteem is shot. I'm worried about my health, and I don't feel good. I feel fucking good. It is a fucking problem. This is a fucking problem. I've been minimizing the amount of cardio I do, whether it's actually doing cardio or just having to walk places. I've been upping my fucking carbs, and all my food and nutrients and calories. I've been trying to do everything I can to like not lose weight. Okay, maybe I'm walking too much, I'm doing too much cardio, I'm not getting enough carbs, too much fiber. So I'll eat less fiber, I'll eat fucking shitty ass white bread, burgers like that. Maybe not enough fat, I'm not actually getting enough calories. We'll eat more egg yolks, we'll eat more peanut butter, more fat. You fucking everything, dude. Most people don't even try, man, and I'm trying so hard. You guys, people with good genetics, good health, don't even fucking try. Don't even try. Some of them are in great shape naturally, some of them aren't, but you don't even fucking try. You don't try to do shit. And they're in great shape. I'm trying so hard and I deteriorate. I'm wanting, trying, working my ass off. Working my fucking ass off. I have fucking calluses on my hands. I have fucking calluses on my hands from strength training. Even just from using the bands, the grips on the fucking bands, and the weights, which I haven't been using the free weight as much, but I have fucking calluses on my hands. Not as bad as they were, because I'm using the free weight as much. But I have fucking calluses on my hands to show that I've been working, that I've been grinding. I have fucking calluses on my hands to show that I've been grinding. I've written down fucking calories and shit that I've eaten over the past several days. I have fucking proof of what I'm doing. I'm just delirious. And I still am deteriorating. Nobody seems to believe me or care. And if they do entertain talking to me, it's like, I don't understand. Tired of drinking water, man. Honestly, tired of it, dude. Tired of pissing. All I fucking do is just drink water. That sound when I go up the fucking water. I'm just tired of it. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. How many times do I fill up this fucking Snapple bottle a day? Probably 10 to 12. Probably like at least 7, that's it. What is this? 16 ounces? So I fill it up. Let's say if we do 7 times, probably about 7. 16 ounces, so twice would be 32, 4 times would be 64. So 128 would be 8. What is that? A gallon? Is 128 ounces a gallon? Let's see. So that would be almost a gallon of water a day. Let's see. I don't know. Pretty sure that's what it is. I think 128 ounces. Let's see. I didn't know what it was. Doesn't make sense. Makes no sense. 16 ounces. Yeah, I feel dehydrated right now. 7. 8 ounces. We can do it by that. 8 ounces. 7. Come on. Okay, 240 milliliters. Okay, yeah. 240. Yeah, so it's 480. So 8 yeah. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Yeah, so it's like I'm getting just under a gallon of water a day. Generally. I'm going to start counting how many times I fill up this bottle a day. So I can record how many ounces of water. If I'm drinking about a gallon of water a day, that's got to be a problem, right? Unless you're sweating profusely, which I'm not, that's another thing. That's another thing that doesn't make sense. Yeah, it's hot out, but I barely go outside, and I stay inside with the window closed and the thermostat at 61. So it stays nice and cool, temperature control in here. So I'm not sweating, and I'm still that dehydrated. It doesn't make sense. If I'm drinking almost a gallon of water a day, that sounds like a lot. I don't know if that is. Yeah, that sounds like a lot. They say you should have 8 glasses of water a day. That's 8 ounce glasses. That's 64 ounces. So that's half a gallon of water a day. I'm drinking almost double that. Drinking almost double that. I just gotta drink more water, man. Just more water, more water, more water, more water. I don't really know what to do. And then I'm like taking less vitamins because I think like maybe I was taking too much and I'm taxing my kidneys. But if I'm drinking so much water now that I have to feel okay, that's probably going to be flushing out my electrolytes. It's going to be flushing out my vitamins. So then should I be taking more vitamins? So then maybe it's the vitamin supplements that are taxing my kidneys in the first place. I don't know anymore. I don't know. All I know is that I'm fucking deflating. I'm like deflating. I'm like a balloon that's been popped. If you want to phone, I was at a fucking headache. anymore, man. Drinking that coffee alone is like giving me a fucking headache. Yeah, I feel like it's dehydrating. Why, man? Even like a year ago, year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago, I would get up, start cleaning and stuff in the old house, and I always get a fucking headache, man. Always get a fucking headache every fucking time. It's fucking dehydrated. Been like living in dehydration for years. Now it's just worse. Why? Or what caused that? Like, I don't understand. I don't know. That's why I've just been playing fucking video games. No fucking girls, no goals right now, other than just trying to figure out my health. I feel better. That's why I wasn't gaming for like a month at least, because I was focused on girls and improving, working out. That's what I wanted to do. I didn't want to be a loser. I wanted to get girls. I wanted to fucking be muscular. I wanted to improve. Look as good as I can. That's why I wasn't fucking gaming.
I'm sure you know exactly what you're doing, so
gaming was secondary. Gaming wasn't going to help improve me. Now it's like I've tried my best.
You set your
What can I do? Now it's just I'm more concerned about feeling good
Perhaps
now.
what you perceived was merely a figment of the Fade.
I'm more
I would
concerned
not
about
claim your
feeling good.
familiarity with the Fade, but I recognize fire when I see it.
Totally screwed me up,
It
man.
did go out eventually. It was not worth mentioning.
Not for you, perhaps.
Totally screwed me up. Fucking screwed everything.
Good day to you, my child.
Are you working for the maid?
They struggle no less with questions of faith. Until then, I tend to my flock. Now I speak of him and the Magister's love.
Who's that guy?
I don't like this.
Where's that fucking dude? This game's awesome.
What do you want?
Where's that fucking dude? Can't get up there. Where's that fucking guy at? Where's that guy? Whether it was a disapproval from Sarah. Where the fuck is he? I want to answer that differently. What the hell, dude? I'm gonna go back in here and see what happens. My fucking groove is gone. Stella got her groove back. Stella's in fucking Russia. We'll see how we fucking feel tomorrow. We won't take any more of that muscle tech today. We'll drink as much water as we fucking can. Maybe I won't take any more creatine today. And we'll see. See if that fucking helps. Maybe it was just too much supplement shit. Trying to take it to improve and it was destroying me maybe? I don't know. I don't really know. Just want to be healthy, man. People don't understand too. Improving my self-confidence will improve my life. It'll make me able to do things more. With more confidence and more happiness. Boy, I think it would be interesting for people to hear these fucking wackadoo streams. Just to listen to them even, not even watch them. Watch them, I guess, but just to listen to them because, man, where else are you gonna hear fucking the inner thoughts of someone's wackadoo fucking life? Someone's fucking weirdo life. I think it's interesting. They're like diaries. Crazy, wacko fucking diaries.
Good day to you.
Bro, where is that guy? Where's that fucking guy? Don't tell me he's gone, because Sarah disapproved of it. Fuck it, I'm not gonna go back to him. Oh, this guy, it's this guy, okay. Let's save and then make the opposite choice. I don't want Sarah to disapprove. Alright, this is where it was.
You seem young to be part of this.
I'm Lisas. I came into my magic when I was 9 years old.
Why is it so quiet?
Templars came into the alienage and took me to the circle. They didn't even let me say goodbye. It's not right. I studied hard. I passed my harrowing. I sing the chant. But I'll be locked up for the rest of my life.
You don't approve of the Grand Enchanter's decision?
I was there when we voted to leave the circle. She was ready to rebel, but she wasn't going to unless it was the will of all men. It's hard to believe she'd go behind our backs and sell us to the Magisters.
How long has Magister Alexius been here?
A day or two after. After the Conclave, he arrived. Come to save us from the wrath of the Templars, they said. But this doesn't feel like safety.
Take care of yourself. There's something strange going on.
I never thought the Grand... again. This doesn't feel like safety. It's not right. It's hard to believe she'd go behind our backs and sell us to...
Good. You're finally here. Now help me close this, would you?